Hello, it is me. I'm back. Oh, wow. What a lackluster intro. It just happens to be one of those days. Anyway, let us pick up where we left off. Something was buzzing in my ear. Like the flapping wings of a bee. For a moment I was annoyed, but then I realized it was my cell phone vibrating. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was like, huh? What are you doing here? But then I remembered. By the time I finally opened my eye, it had stopped. So luckily I looked around. I was inside the concrete tunnel. Cold hard rain had let up. Flexing my numb fingers, I pulled my phone out of the back of my pants pocket. My phone was wet, but didn't look damaged. On screen I could see multiple missed calls and messages. I tapped on the message from Taku at the top. Apparently Fujieda had arranged for Hasegawa to be transferred to a hospital back on the mainland. If I had to guess, it was his way of repaying her. After all, not even the Takasa Togumi could get to her there. At the end of the message, he told me to be careful of danger on the streets and to let him know when I got home. Be careful of danger on the streets? Fighting back a laugh, I slipped my phone back into my pants pocket. When I tried to sit up, I felt a sharp pain. My ass that stopped me in my tracks. Then I slowly started to remember what happened. He started fucking me out of nowhere, yeah. Even I was like, what? But last I could remember was lying on the ground. So how did I get inside this tunnel? Did Fujieda drag me in here? Why would he do that? He was such an enigma. Maybe even he didn't know what he wanted. True. But why would he lose his composure over someone else's little sister? Did you not hear him? He said my sister. According to Hasegawa, the little girl was offered as a service at Maya's establishment. Since I was her son, Fujieda vented his hatred at me instead. Maybe he thought I was in on the scheme. While the two of us were blood related, I wasn't involved in her shady dealings whatsoever. The only thing I felt upon learning about her business was mild surprise. I wasn't shocked or saddened, I just accepted it. I leaned against the curved concrete and let out a heavy sigh. My clothes were still cold and damp, clinging to my skin and stealing all my body heat. Water dripped from my hair, tormenting me. I gazed out at the night sky. Now that the rain had stopped, the clouds had cleared. Any slight movement made my body ache, so I took my time slowly easing myself out of the tunnel. I glanced around, but couldn't see Fujieda anywhere. My body started to tremble in the cold. I wanted to say, why? Not like a warm blanket? Unfortunately, my pack was on the coffee table back at home. I stumbled down the street in the direction of the clinic. The first floor was dark and deserted. That's it? Like, I expected more. This bro was like, the first floor was dark and deserted. I felt like he was gonna say more, but he didn't. Oh my god. I went upstairs to my apartment and took a hot shower. In every motion I felt a sharp pain in my ass, reminding me what Fujieda had done. But I wasn't traumatized by it in the least. Quite the opposite. As the warm water streamed down, I thought back over the encounter. When Fujieda had when Fujieda laid his emotions bare, I saw his smoke sway for the first time. His pale, nearly translucent smoke gained a tinge of scarlet and started rippling like waves. Before then, I thought he was unshakable, like some kind of robot. But on second thought, maybe not. Maybe he just protected himself with airtight armor on a daily basis. A shiver ran down my spine. I had never met anyone like him in all my life. I thought back to that time at his condo, when I saw his scarred body. A body not entirely unlike my own. Similar, yet different. It filled me with a strange impulse. Toa? I knew it. I knew it. The moment that the music came on, I'm like, I knew it. God damn it. Oh god. Come on, now's not the time. Are we gonna get a CG? Okay, we're not. I closed my eye and pictured Fujieda's naked body. Then I recalled the seething fury in his eyes, reliving the raw pain of that moment. Already I was breathing heavily. It wouldn't be long now. Okay. Yes, 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 okay. Gasping for breath in the wake of the orgasm. I'll watch it sprawl away. You know, I'm gonna call Toa in everything sexual. Like, I know, Tono called him like a trisexual, but I think he's just like mostly everything. Because he gets up to anything. After my shower, I sat down on the sofa and switched on the TV. Now that I got the lust out of my system, I was feeling a bit better. I grabbed my cigarettes and lit one up. As I half listened to the drone at the TV, I exhaled grey smoke like it was any other day. Look at the tinge! I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing. At some point, I had dozed off on the sofa. No nightmares this time, however. I picked up my phone, checked the screen, and answered the call. Uh-oh, who's in trouble now? Ray's loud, panicked voice made me wince. I was too sleepy for this shit. Mm-hmm. I slowly pushed myself up and looked over at the TV, which was still on. Then I grabbed the remote and started flipping through channels until I landed on a news program. Ooh. EIJI? An explosion at Fujieda Law Office? My mind snapped awake and I focused on the TV. Oh dear. I know it's not Fujieda, it can't end like this.
あいつじゃない。
Yeah, how do you know? Hold on.
こんな手に引っかかるようなやつじゃないだろ。
True. Never mind. Speak on. Fujieda was fully aware that the Takasato Gumi had it out for him. He never let his guard down. If it turned out he kicked the bucket just like that, I'd probably burst. No. I'm so upset because I can really see him just bursting out into fucking laughter. Like, you stupid bitch. Meanwhile, I watched the smoke rise from the office building on screen. Oh man, I'm in tears. After the phone call with Ray, I called Sakaki.
聞きたいことがある。なんだ。藤枝法律事務所のことだ。
A pause in contemplation.
とは、俺はな、今うちにいるんだよ。かみさんとガキも一緒にな。正月くらいはさすがにのんびり過ごしたいと思ってよ。なもんで、その話は事務所でしねえか。そうだな。30分後にどうだ。
わかった。
じゃあ、後でな。
And so, the brief phone call ended. Next, I tried calling Fujieda, but all I got was a busy signal. Still, I refused to believe that he was dead. Maybe it was my gut instinct, or maybe I was just being stubborn. Hard to say. Or it could be that, if he's dead, then there's no more story. All I knew for sure was that the Takasawa Togumi was behind it, and I wanted Sakaki to explain himself. On TV, the news kept covering the Fujieda law office bombing over and over. As I listened to the newscaster, I got ready and left the apartment. Oh, I thought we were getting exploration. Sorry.
Yo, 今年もよろしくな。
Wait, he has a wife and kid? I'm sorry, I'm just now processing that. Like, wait, he's married? With a kid? Okay. Oddly enough, Sakaki was sitting on a sofa in the lobby when I arrived at the Takasato HQ. A single Takasato grunt stood in the corner of the room, like a statue. Sakaki looked up at me and jerked his chin at the other sofa across from him. I sat down and met his eye level.
で、聞きたいのは藤枝法律事務所についてだったな。
ああ。
Sakaki reached up and rubbed his neck for a moment, then looked up at me.
俺のせいだと思ってんのか。まあ、あの先生は最近信用できねえんじゃねえかと思ったからよ。
He didn't deny it, which was basically confirmation that he gave the order.
俺たちもそれなりに汚えことをやってきてる。今さら掘り返されたくねえもんってな、山のようにあるんでな。
Okay, but like, I'm just thinking. Because didn't they say that Sakaki is like the type of person, well, specifically Madarame said it. He said that Sakaki is the type of person not to get his hands dirty and would, rather like flee and save his own life, whatnot. So, interesting that he's changing it up a little bit.
もちろん、あの先生に忠告はしたんだが、それでもこそこそと嗅ぎ回ってたんで、クビにしたんだ。なに、全然懲りてねえからよ。少々荒っぽいやり方にはなるが、ここは少しばかり急を据えてやるしかねえと。まあこう思ったわけだ。
What?
わかるだろ。
But the law office where various other people work?
何も殺そうとしたわけじゃねえ。脅しただけだ。
But
藤枝が調べてたのはマヤのことだろ。
who? I asked bluntly. His expression vanished, and his smoke darkened.
腹を痛めて産んでくれた自分の母親をそうやって呼び捨てにするもんじゃねえ。それが本名じゃなかったとしても。
Damn.
お前が母親に興味を持つのはいいが、藤枝に使われてたってことに気づいた方がいい。利用されてたんだぞ、お前は。
Is he trying to dissuade him from baking anymore? Is that it? I heard the barely suppressed anger in his voice and smirked.
過去形か。殺すつもりはなかったんだよな。
Joe, calm down.
お前、藤枝が本当はどういう人間か知ってるか？知らないよな。
Oh, please.
話してやるよ。
I wanna know. He let out a steadying breath.
あの男はな、今でこそ弁護士だなんて言って威張ってやがるが、昔はホストやってたんだよ。
Really?
金のためなら男だろうが女だろうが、それこそ年齢も性別も関係なく寝たらしい。
Wow.
そうやってのし上がって生きてきたんだ。やり方としては間違っちゃいねえが、一部の同業者や客からはえらく嫌われてたらしい。
Why?
陰で談笑なんて呼ばれてよ。だが、あるホストクラブのオーナーやってる女に気に入られてな。
Red boy? What does that mean?
愛人になって金をもらいながら勉強して資格を取って検察官になったんだよ。その後どういうわけだかすぐに検察を辞めて弁護士になったらしいが、あいつは金と権力の亡者だ。マヤのことを嗅ぎ回ってるのも高里組の弱みを握って死ぬまでたがってやろうと考えてたんだろうよ。
So that's what he thinks. Okay.
わかったが、お前は騙されて利用されてたんだ。
A frigid light filled his eyes as he looked at me. I stared back at him.
ご忠告どうも。
He gazed at me a bit longer, but eventually slumped his shoulders and sighed heavily.
それじゃもういいか。神さんとガキをうちで待たせてるんだ。お前も新年早々そんなに生きり立ってないで休め。
Having returned to his usual self, Sakaki rose to his feet and patted me on the shoulder. He ordered the man in the corner to lock up after him, then left the building. Apparently that guy was a bodyguard. Was I a threat to him now? Mulling over our conversation, I rose from the sofa and headed for the door. Damn. Okay, but I don't know what. Or boy, what does it mean? So Fujieda used to be a male escort. Frankly, I never would have guessed. Turned out he was more experienced with guys than I realized. Emotional outbursts aside, I never expected an uptight guy like him to even think of grape me. You know, grapes are wonderful things. Especially since I had assumed he was straight. But now I had reason to think otherwise. Hi, I can't believe you blew up a building, but hey. Sorry, I had to. Alright. Right as I was leaving, someone flagged me down. It was EIJI, standing near the door.
今榊さんと話してるって聞いたので待ってました。
Yeah?
ああ、俺 も聞きたいことがあった。
It was you, wasn't it? He blinked at me, puzzled.
聞きたいこと？なんでしょう？
藤枝の事務所の爆破はお前か？
Which means yes. His gaze wandered pensively, and then he nodded.
はい、やったのは僕です。でも爆発範囲は極力抑えるようにしました。
You, but
命令したのは榊か？
ええ、どうも榊さんは藤枝先生にご退場願いたいみたいで。
he shrugged casually.
僕もやりたくてやったわけじゃないんですけど、一応高里組の人間なんで。でも安心してください。爆発で亡くなったのは藤枝先生じゃないです。
Ahaha, Ace Attorney. Sorry. Oh man. He beamed brightly. So Fujieda was alive. I'd kinda seen it coming, but it was nice to have confirmation. More importantly, however, I stared into EIJI's eyes. What do you mean you stared into his eyes? He has like a fucking... What are those called again? Sunglasses? Glasses on his face? What do you mean?
協力するって話は嘘だったのか？
嘘じゃないですよ。トワさんのためだったらいくらでも力を貸します。何か力になれることないですか？
EIJI, don't turn on me. Not after all the praise I've given you. Faced with his jovial smile, I fell silent. Most likely he was serious about lending a hand, but not if it meant going against the Takasatsu Gumi. Between me and the gang, he'd choose the gang. I was better off not putting too much stock in him then. With that mindset, I looked at him.
頼みがある。
はい、なんでしょう。
警察が本格的な調査を始める前に藤枝の事務所を調べたい。できるか？
それってつまり今すぐにでも入りたいってことですよね。
He put a hand to his chin and murmured to himself, then pulled out his phone and started tapping.
深夜なら比較的入りやすいと思うんですが、どうでしょう？
構わない。
そうしたら今夜の26時、深夜2時から1時間だけ入れるようにしておきます。
助かる。
いえいえ。
He looked up and nodded, then went right back to his phone again. Apparently he was busy. Regardless of how much faith I put in EIJI, I was fully convinced that Fujieda was alive. Thus, I decided to sneak into his empty office. I figured I might be able to find whatever intel he'd gather there, if it didn't burn already. Granted, we were working together, but only for now. There was no trust between us. Quite the opposite, considering he tried to give me grapes, or, you know, off me. And while I wasn't upset about it, I did feel entitled to a little revenge of my own. So, I left EIJI to his business and went on my way. Bam. Next, I headed to Fujieda Law Office. Naturally, since it was a crime scene, I couldn't waltz right into the building. A few cops were standing at the entrance, which was cordoned off, while a crowd of reporters and onlookers gathered nearby. About 4 stories up, the wall of the building had been burned black, with cracks in all the windows. I walked around to the back alley and checked the rear entrance. Then, after I scouted the place out, I went home. Where was Fujieda now? What was he doing? Chances were high that the Takasatsu Gumi now knew about that condo building where we took shelter from the rain. But, generally speaking, wealthy people purposely rented multiple apartments at once in case of any danger. Perhaps Fujieda was one of them. There was still quite a bit of time before the sun set. I lit a cigarette and contemplated killing time in town somewhere before heading back to my apartment. Exploration! Hell yeah. Let's see, where do we have? Oh, we can go to Tachima's. If you don't feel like it, well, guess what? You're going anyway. Oh, man. I don't feel like it. Well, guess what? You're going.
Ah, Towa da.
Is that, Konami? No, Mayu. Sorry, their voices are a little similar, just a little. Yeah, where's your bestie? True. Mm-hmm. True. Oh yeah, because we got, Mayu last time. So it makes sense. Did we get Kotaro instead? He doesn't seem to want a clear-cut answer. Okay.
Negative. Yeah.
Yeah.
それは
Look at them hinting at Madarame.
いいね。
よし。
またな。
Bye bye.
とは
My best friends. Oh my god, why do I keep doing that? I'm sorry. I keep accidentally scrolling. Wait, I can go back here? Wait, I can go back. I thought he'd be like, I have no business here. Ray!
え
Well, you know.
ね
別に。
あのね。
Okay.
ポジティブに。
Guess I'll plainly
わか
answer.
った。
そうね。
Me too.
とは
One more chance. Wait! Does he have the... Does he have the debt in this? No. 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 Wait, I don't know.
No.
I don't know why talking about the debt is making me cry. Like, I'm not kidding. Oh. Literally tears in my eyes. I just feel so bad that he gets saddled with this goddamn debt because of his godforsaken dad. Oh, wait, I have a question. Would you like not get this dialogue if you didn't watch him leave on his motorcycle? I wonder.
どういうことだ
I Interesting. Ray, you know you can talk to us. Man, just thinking about that entire route is making me upset again.
あんたか。
Throw the whole man away.
どうも。
いいや。
Oh. Picture.
な。
Toba, look up! Look up at the picture! Right, you have a grandson. Hmm. Yeah.
ポジティブに。
Play along. Aww.
呆れたよ。
そうか。
Bro's probably like spending it on stuff.
それで
Toba, look up at the picture. Him.
これは。
どうも。
God damn it, Toa. You could literally sit there and ask her about the goddamn picture and you don't. Why do you stress me out like this? Alright, who's here? Oh god. Of course it's you. What do you want?
おお。そうだな。
Mm-hmm. Oh, so like Manfred von Garma. Oops. Oh, well, I guess you didn't hear that he got fired, did you?
はあ。
So much for your information. How come I know more than you do? Wait a minute. Is he not her grandson? Hold on, wait, because she said baggy clothing and a headband. Do you think possibly Inada is her grandson? Oh my god. Sorry, it's just like, finally, a piece of information that we have about him. She also said baggy clothing, right? It's like, look, his clothes are pretty baggy.
Ah. ちょっと待って。
We're finally getting Inada lore! After so many routes. No, you haven't. Mm-hmm. Okay. What does that mean? Okay. Thank you for not telling me anything. Great. Cafe. I was like, does somebody breathe in my ear?
Na.
その
Alright. I guess negative then?
おお
そうか。
Look at me getting inspiration left and right.
そうか。
Aw. Don't croak before she gets back, sir. Alright, last spot before we head to home. Well, technically we're already home, but you know what I mean.
そうだ。
なあ 気をつけろよ。
ポジティブに。ああ。
Ooh, I've seen the kind of trouble he can end up in. It's not all good. Actually, I don't think any of it was ever good.
そうだな。
そうか。
We all want to change for the better. Well, not all of us, but, you know. Uh-oh. You noticed? Oh, remember the time where he was like, I don't want to go back to the clinic. And said, no, let's go. Oh, that's interesting. So like, if you make certain choices, you could they get brought up later. Oh my god, I love that. I love this. Like when we saw Ray, and now when we turned away from the clinic. Oh my god, I love this. I am. Oh, I like that. Like, I love, like, doing stuff like that. Well, blah, blah. I like it when games, like, remember stuff that you do. Which is, like, one of the reasons I love Our Life so much. They remember, like, everything about you. Like, if you used to wear glasses, or did, and then you didn't, then you started again, and whatnot. Well, I think it's more of, like, like, more like how, like, you eat and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyways, back at my apartment, I sat down on the sofa without bothering to take my coat off. Eiji said he'd make arrangements for me to get in around 2 a.m. As I listened to the non-stop news coverage of the bombing incident, I idled away my time by smoking a cigarette. I was like, is the transition gonna come? At 2 a.m. that night, I was once again standing outside the Fujieda Law Office building. The cops, reporters, and onlookers from earlier were nowhere to be seen, placed with a few cars parked outside. Probably Takusato watchdogs. Taking care not to be seen, I slipped around to the back alley. And then I walked up to the rear entrance and twisted the handle. It opened without incident. Perhaps I had Eiji to thank for that. I hurried inside, and once I shut the door, I was fully engulfed in darkness. I pulled my phone out of my coat pocket and activated the flashlight function. It's bright as a bitch. With the floor illuminated, I made my way forward. As I progressed down the hall, I spotted a staircase on the right-hand side. I climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, where the smell of char lingered. At the end of the short hallway was a door. Thankfully, it wasn't one of those high-tech unpickable locks, so I let myself in. I passed by the restrooms and the office kitchenette, then stopped at the next door and twisted the handle. It wasn't locked, so it opened easily. Burnt smell intensified. But I never would have guessed from the hallway just how wrecked the inside of this room turned out to be. The bomb really did a number on this place. The ceiling was scorched black, and the walls were cracked. Taking care not to trip over debris on the floor, I walked around the room. After I finished the full lap around the floor, I stepped into what appeared to be Fujieda's private office. The desk had been knocked askew. On it I could see an engraved nameplate that read, Fujieda, Real. Trampling over the papers that carpeted the floor, I used my cell phone light to scan the room. I leafed through documents threatening to fall from the shelf and rummaged through the desk drawers, but came up empty-handed. I was keeping an eye out for the plush toy that Fujieda took from me, but couldn't find that either. Right as I contemplated calling it a night, however, I spotted a familiar object peeking out from beneath the papers on the floor. It was a memo pad, and it looked a lot like the one I'd seen Fujieda carrying. I picked it up and flipped through it. But his notes were so condensed, they may as well have been written in Morse code. I started to close it, then noticed the photo tucked inside. It was an old yellowing photo of the missing girl, smiling happily. It felt like I recognized her from somewhere. Ooh, honey. Out of nowhere, a crippling migraine exploded in my skull. I couldn't bear to stand. With a grunt, I hit my knees. Sorry, I'm processing, like, you hit your knees? My head throbbed in time with my heartbeat, stabbing me over and over until I broke out into a cold sweat. Ooh! Okay. Did not think this was a horror now. For a second I thought I saw someone's smile flash up in my mind. Who was that? I couldn't remember. Then, for the first time in several days, I heard that same voice in my head. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. Grimacing, I looked back at the photo. Was this his friend's sister? I was sure I'd seen her before. and yet I couldn't place where or when. I slipped the photo back into the memo pad and stuffed it into my coat pocket. Clutching my temple, I slowly started walking. This was not the ideal place to pass out. Sure not. Gritting my teeth as the migraine worsened, I headed down the stairs to the back entrance of the building. Once I finally made it outside, I carefully avoided detection and took a long detour back to the clinic. Back in my place, I collapsed face down on the sofa without even bothering to take my coat off. My headache was slowly fading, and my sweat-soaked clothes were now cold and unpleasant. I rolled over onto my back and closed my eye. The girl from the photo rose to the forefront of my mind. Who was she? I didn't have an answer, nor could I shake the urgent restlessness that plagued me. It'd be like that, Toa. It'd be like that. I mean, I know, your name is actually Haruto, but Toa shorter. In the end, I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. As a result, I avoided the nightmares, but I still didn't feel great. The morning sunlight streamed in through the slats in the blinds. I sat up, had a smoke, then drank some booze out of the fridge. Back on the sofa, I switched the TV on and vagued out for a while. Then I heard my phone buzzing. I rose to my feet and retrieved it from inside my coat pocket. Who the fuck? Right? Like, literally. Unknown number, ignore. Alright.
私だ。わかるか？
No. Let me stop. The voice was indeed familiar.
ああ。驚かないんだな。あんなので死ぬような間抜けじゃないだろ。そうか。携帯の番号が違うのは？違う携帯からかけている。爆発が起こる前、事務所に一人でいたんだが、何者かに襲われたんだ。
Oh, so the person who died is the ambusher?
襲われた？ああ。向こうも一人だったかな。もみ合いになって、その時に携帯電話を落とした。それからすぐにビルを出たんだが、直後に爆発が起きた。犠牲になったのは、その時に私を襲撃した男だ。
Damn.
今はどこにいる？言えない。この会話も聞かれているかもしれない。
True. By someone, he probably meant the Takazatagumi.
ずっと考えていたことなんだが。
I've been thinking too.
私は君を犯人だと。あるいは、犯人の片棒を担いでいるのではないかと思っている。
Okay. No.
だが、同時に君が全ての謎を解く鍵だとも思っている。
So what do you want?
君が何度も見るという悪夢も引っかかる。やはり、君が思い出せば、何もかも解決するのではないかと。
He paused.
先日のことを謝るつもりはない。
In other words, what happened at the park?
別に、謝ってもらいたいなんて思ってない。
Why?
そうか。
Silence fell between us.
調査はこのまま続けようと思っている。だが、大事なものを落としてしまった。
Your memo pad? Something of critical importance. I had an inkling of what that might be.
多分それは俺が持ってる。
どういうことだ？
事務所に行ったんだよ、昨日の夜。
何をしに？
火事場泥棒。その時にあんたの大事なものを拾った。
I love his bluntness. I love it. He's like, yeah, I literally just went to your office to steal some shit. Because that's what I do.
君は。
What followed was a stunned silence. He didn't sound angry, just confused.
感謝しろよ。
Right.
で、どこにいる？あんたの居場所がわからなきゃ、こっちも動けない。
He'll probably just come to you. I sensed him thinking about it on the other end of the line.
わかった。君の携帯電話へ位置情報と部屋の番号を送る。
I was gonna say you can just...
犯人だと疑ってる割に、
Right,
そう
that
いう
is.
ところは緩いんだな。
確かに君のことは疑っている。だが、君が高里組の根回しに素直に応じる人間とも思えない。榊に顎で使われるのは性に合わないんじゃないか。
With that, he hung up. I smirked. He sure had me pegged. More ways than one. A moment later, I got his location info and a designated meetup time. 6 p.m. I thought it might be the same condo where we waited out the rainstorm, but apparently not. Well, looks like he's alive after all. Sure enough, he was still willing to team up with me. Even after what he did to me, and the threat he received from the Takasato Gumi, he didn't hesitate to call me up. Sakaki was right. He was committed to his objective. Sakaki also claimed that Fujieda was using me, but frankly, we were both using each other. We didn't have a choice. Our relationship was strictly business, nothing personal. And I found I kinda liked it. That's what they all say, and then it becomes personal. Sorry, I'm munching right now. I didn't have lunch. I'm sorry.
「手帳を渡せ。
お前も返せよ。
何の話だ？
The plush toy.
ぬいぐるみ、事務所にはなかった。
まだそれを言うのか。
Yeah?
当たり前だ。
目的が同じである以上、真実が明らかになってからでも遅くはないはずだ。
だったらこれは貸しだ。
その時、お前は今と違ってるんだろうな。
何？
何も。この手帳、中は見たのか？
The photo.
ああ。見たけどよくわからなかった。でもそいつがあれば調査が進むんだろう。
そうだ。この手帳にはこれまで調べてきた情報の全てが入っている。
写真に写ってる女の子が知人の妹ってやつなのか。
君には関係ない。
別にそのくらいはいいだろう。
知人の妹だ。
柚木芽衣か。
その名前いつ知ったんだ？
You said it yourself. Are you okay? Honey, are you suffering from memory loss?
あんたが長谷川に写真を見せたとき。その子を探すためにわざわざホストから弁護士になったのか。
Don't glare at me.
誰から聞いた？
SAKAKI.
榊から。
そうか。
ホストやってた時は結構なやり手だったらしいな。男でも女でも。だから俺も平気だったってわけ。
Now?
あの時のことについては謝罪も弁解もしない。
こっちも謝ってほしいなんて思ってない。ああいうのは慣れてる。
そのようだな。君について調べていた時、その手の話を多く聞いた。
Not the many exploits.
あの時は他に方法が思いつかなかった。君はたとえ殺されたとしても喜びそうだからな。
I chuckled. He was completely right.
マヤの店のことをもう少し詳しく聞こうと思ったんだが。彼女は村瀬クリニックから搬送した先の病院で亡くなったそうだ。
Huh? But he said she was stable. Somebody did it.
高里組の手が届かないよう新興美の外の病院を手配した。だが心臓発作を起こしたらしい。詳しい死因については調査中とのことだ。おそらく何も出ないだろうがな。
Not the dropping like flies part. Hmm.
一刻も早く忘れている過去を思い出せ。
I mean, that's one way to put it. Oh man, that cracked me up. It was so mind-blowing. He's never been the same. But what happened to him then? Personally, I was eager to see it for myself. Oh man, I can't. Back at the clinic, I unlocked the side entrance and walked through the empty first floor. Upstairs, I pulled my coat off and switched the TV on. As it droned in the background, I drank and smoked. After I finished my cigarette, I grabbed my sketch pad and pencil off the coffee table. I flipped to a blank page, rested it against my knee, and started sketching. This time, I drew a young girl. The same girl from the photo in Fujieda's memo pad. On a whim, I felt like sketching her. So, I attempted to trace her from memory. I'd only just laid eyes on the photo of her after all. And yet, for some reason, I felt like I had already forgotten her again. I couldn't remember her face. In my mind's eye, her face was blocked out by a black haze. What did her face look like? Maybe I'd remember as I went along. So I forced myself to keep drawing, but every attempt fell off somehow. I broke out in a cold sweat. My pencil felt slippery in my palm. I stopped, looked up at the ceiling, and closed my eye. It was no use. For some reason, I just couldn't draw her. I couldn't remember her face. I felt like I was choking on a large rock and I could scarcely breathe. Willing my racing heart to stay under control, I took a deep breath and opened my eye. Then I flipped to a new page and put pencil to paper. This time, the curved lines overlapped to form the image of a young guy. As it turned out, I could sketch Fujieda without any trouble. Before I knew it, the page was covered in scars. They were the same scars I'd seen on Fujieda's body. Those memories were still freshly intact. It was so lifelike, it almost felt like the real Fujieda was right here in front of me. Big scars, little scars, laceration scars, burn scars. All of them looked to be very old. As I sketched, I got oddly absorbed in it, and the next thing I knew, I'd filled up 10 pages. 10? Okay. A little obsessive much. Then my focus faded, and my pencil fell still. I tossed it in the sketchpad bag onto the coffee table and grabbed a blister pack of sleeping pills. I popped one into my mouth and then washed it down with a lukewarm swig from the floor bottle. After that, I flung myself down on the sofa and closed my eye. Ooh, a nightmare. Not that they're good, but... Unsurprisingly, my nightmare featured the little girl from the photograph. Her face was a giant hole. And yet, somehow, I could tell that she was looking at me. The dark hole had no eyes, nose, or mouth. And yet I still knew. She was smiling. At me. How you feel? How you feel? Fear welled up inside me, and I opened my eye. My whole body was slick with sweat, and my chest was heaving. Without catching my breath, I rose from the sofa and started to head for the bathroom. But just then, I heard a loud sound. I could hear people downstairs. Plus, I could hear footsteps outside my window. I walked over to it and peeked out through the blinds. Squinting in the light, I scanned the area. There was a car parked outside the clinic. Then I saw a group of men run up to it. They piled into the car and it sped off. I stepped away from the window, grabbed my phone, and left the room. As I headed downstairs, I called Taku. But by the time I reached the first floor, he still hadn't picked up. It was currently 9:30 a.m. I sent him a quick message, then walked around the unlit first floor. Ooh! When I opened the door to the exam room, something felt distinctly off. Wait, hold on. Is that?
No, I think it's just red.
Sorry, I thought it was like blood on the floor. When I switched on the lights, I realized the place had been ransacked. I left the room and hastily went to check everywhere else. The waiting room, the reception counter, the staff room, the storage closet, all of them were a total mess. That car just now must have been the Takasato Un's. Damn, what the hell happened? I paused in the waiting room to call Ray.
Taku がどこにいるかわかるか？
タク？どうして？連絡取れないの？
ああ、それにクリニックの中が荒らされてる。
どういうこと？
多分高里組だ。外に車が止まってた。
He fell into a stunned silence.
とはまだクリニックにいるのよね。
ああ。
今すぐそこから出た方がいいわ。また戻ってくるかもしれないし。私もタクに連絡してみる。友達にも聞いてみるから。あと。
He paused, then suddenly gasped.
ごめんなさい。なんでもない。それじゃあね。
No, don't tell me they're after Ray too. With that, he hastily hung up. For a moment, this piqued my suspicion, but then I turned and hurried to the elevator. Arriving at the 3rd floor, I went into my apartment and shrugged on my coat, and left again. I took the elevator back down to the 1st floor, turned off all the lights, and left the clinic. Walking beneath the pale morning light, I thought about Taku. He said he was in debt with the Takasato Gumi. That was the only connection between them as far as I knew. Were they lashing out at him for failing to pay them? It was possible they kidnapped him because of it, though I couldn't be sure. The last I checked, Taku seemed to be in good standing with them. Deep down, I had a feeling there was something else going on. Something worse. First things first, I decided to head downtown. To check on Ray, right? Sorry. I'm just worried about him. In the end, I searched the downtown area top to bottom, but couldn't get any leads on Taku. Let's see, special report. Truth behind the law of bombing. Rumors fly about Fujieda. Chained down by the past. Fate of Takasato debtors. Let's see. Earlier on the 2nd, an explosion occurred at the office in District C. Some say it was a revenge attack, but it turns out this lawyer has some skeletons in his closet. The body wasn't used to putting in so much effort, and I was already exhausted. I walked into an empty alley. Leaning against the wall, I reached for my cigarettes, but just then I felt my phone buzz in my coat pocket. I pulled it out and checked the screen. It was a call from Taku.
今どこだ？
デスマッチエリアに来い。
Oh, Madarame, hi. A little voice growled, and with that, the call ended. That was not Taku. I would assume not. But the voice was familiar. In fact, it reminded me of a certain someone. But that couldn't be possible. Then I received a message from Taku's phone. GPS coordinates located in the deathmatch area. District A. Right now, the whole place was off limits due to sinkholes. I pulled away from the wall and started walking, but then my phone buzzed yet again. Damn, he's so popular today. This time, it was a call from Fujieda.
ユーフォリアの店についての情報を得た。調べたいことがある。
Well, we know who we're going to. Not you, Madarame. You were last season.
あいにく取り込み中だ。
No!
何かあったのか？
タクと連絡が取れない。今、タクの携帯から電話があった。
Oops, my fault.
別人の声でデスマッチエリアに呼び出した。
Watch him be like, oh perfect, I was going there too.
相手に心当たりは？
さあな、高里組の誰かじゃないか。
そうか。
そういうわけなんで、大事な話は後にしてくれ。
Damn. Hold. I hung up and stuffed my phone back into my coat pocket. My destination, the deathmatch area. Damn, I wanted to know about that lead. God damn you, Toa. Inside the deathmatch area, I made my way to the marked location. As I walked between the abandoned buildings, tinged red in the twilight, a lone figure stepped out onto the road. He stumbled toward me. I squinted at him.
タク。
Sure enough, it was Taku. He was hunched over, clutching his gut. His white lab coat was filthy, and I could see cuts and bruises on his face.
お前、どうしてここに？
Looking for you, stupid.
お前の携帯から電話がかかってきた。
俺じゃない。
Really? I couldn't tell.
わかってる。
逃げろ。早く。
Just then, something shot out from the alley. Ray? I could see someone curled up in agony on the pavement. It was Ray?
レイ。
What is going on? Why is everybody gathering here?
とはなんでいるの？
They kidnapped Ray too. He winced as he spoke, his face riddled with wounds.
逃げて！
Right as he shouted, however, someone else came strolling out of the alley. And when I saw him, I felt my whole body tense up.
久しぶりだな、とは。
The man with the self-assured smile was none other than Madarame. When I got that call from Taku's phone, and I heard the voice on the other end of the line, Madarame was the first person I thought of. But I was so sure it couldn't be possible. After all, Madarame was supposed to be dead.
お前でも驚くことがあるのか。
まだらめ。
Listen, I already did your move. I have to get to Fujieda.
せっかく戻ってきたんだ。少し遊ぼうかと思ってな。ちょうど派手に暴れ回ってる奴がいたから構ってやったんだが。
He glanced at Ray. No! Then looked back at me. His eyes narrowed into slits.
余計なものまでついてきたようだな。
Extra baggage? His gaze was directed over my shoulder. Fujieda? Hey! Hey! I can't believe he actually came though. I turned to look, and my eye widened. There stood Fujieda, squaring. I'm just trying to imagine Fujieda squaring up to a dude like Madarame. It's like a mouse standing up to like a cat.
藤枝さん。なんで。場所を教えられたら駆けつけないわけにはいかないだろう。少々探したが。
Listen, if I didn't know any better, I'd be like, I sounded kind of romantic.
まあいい。観客が多い分には問題ないからな。
Hmm. Madarame shrugged casually.
とは、お前は自分の過去を思い出そうとしてるんだってな。手伝ってやる。この場所に見覚えはないか。
No.
やめろ。とは。
Time for Toa to pass the fuck out. At this, I looked around. Honestly, can't see anything.
とはを巻き込むな。関係ないだろう。
Taku growled, glaring at Madarame.
お前が教えてやらなかった代わりに俺がやると言ってるんだ。
True.
ふざけるな。
What are you gonna do, Taku? What are you gonna do?
あの建物を覚えてるか。
What building? I looked in the direction Madarame pointed. What am I looking at? Oh, are we talking all the way back there? Okay, because I'm like, what are we looking at? Oh. Oh, that's a new expression. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh. Instantly, my heart skipped a beat. Then my vision tilted, and a sharp migraine flared up. My legs gave out, and I fell to my knees.
とは。ほら、少しきっかけを与えてやればいいだけだ。お前。
村瀬先生。
As Taku looked about ready to bite Madarame's head off, Fujieda reached out and touched his shoulder.
あなたも怪我をしている。無理に動かない方がいい。
That's his way of saying, shut up and don't do anything rash.
藤枝さん。だが。
Taku shot Fujieda a pleading look.
なんだ。まだ少し時間がある。遊ぶか。
No. Madarame fixed Fujieda with a provocative smirk. Oh?
お前でもいいぞ。
あ。
来い。
Well... well, can we focus on Toa, who's about to pass out from a fucking migraine? Fujieda walked forward, as if to shield the rest of us. Oh?
来ないなら、こっちから行く。
I'll bring the party to you. With that, Madarame charged at Fujieda. Despite his formidable height, he was as fast as a bullet. He closed in and swung his fist. Fujieda knows how to fight? Okay. I mean, considering here you're in Shinko Umi, it would be very good to know how to fight. Anyways, Fujieda raised his bag and barely blocked it in time. For the briefest of moments, a smile rose up on Madarame's face. However... Ooh. He kicked Fujieda in the gut, knocking the wind out of him and making him stagger. As he righted himself, Fujieda glared back at Madarame, then lunged forward and swung his fist in kind. Madarame dodged easily and returned it with a punch to the gut.
もう少しやれるかと思ったが、期待外れか。
As Fujieda doubled over, Madarame began to launch into another attack. I rushed over and jumped in between them. Damn. Protecting him? That's cute. Madarame's fist grazed my head as I hit the ground on my stomach. Taku dashed over to me. Meanwhile, Ray slowly pushed himself up, gritting his teeth in pain. Fujieda frowned at me, then turned and glared at Madarame. But Madarame seemed to have lost all interest. His arms hung limply at his sides. His self-assured grin was gone, replaced by a pair of icy eyes that stared down at me. Enduring the pain, I glared back up at him from the ground. Just then, I heard footsteps racing in our direction. At the familiar voice, I raised my head. It was Kotaro. I couldn't see him, but I was sure of it. Madarame turned away, then paused and looked over his shoulder at me. With that, he ran off down the alley. Taku started to give chase, but fell still, wincing and clutching his gut. Gritting his teeth, Taku hung his head in defeat. Fujieda nodded and walked over to me. He crouched down. As he spoke, he gingerly took my arm and hauled me up. With his help, I slowly rose to my feet. And to think you liked him. Wait a minute, wait. How do you know that? Right? Now that I wasn't expecting. I looked at him in surprise. My ex what? I was like, right? Like, what? Huh? I shot back and turned away. Exactly how much of my life story had this asshole managed to dig up? I nodded. He walked over to Taku and Rei and helped them both to their feet. As they slowly started walking, I followed after them. I mean, I guess in a way he is technically an ex, but like, yeah. The clinic was still just as messy as I'd left it, so Fujieda and I quickly tidied up the exam room, then brought Taku and Rei in for some simple first aid. I don't know if you can hear it. The ice cream truck in the background. Once he was finished, Fujieda let out a small sigh. Neb. Taku donned a guilty smile, then looked over at Rei lying on the exam table beside him. Rei had clearly reached his limits because as soon as the first aid was over, he passed out. His breathing was slow and rhythmic. As he spoke, I thought back to his scarred body. He glanced around at the slightly less messy exam room, then sighed.
そうか。
Taku stared pensively at the floor, nodding slightly.
まだらめの仲間は遠野が動いたと言ってましたね。村瀬先生、何かご存知ですか？
Time to come clean.
彼にデスマッチエリアへ来るように連絡をしたのはまだらめですね。
Fujieda glanced over at me as he spoke.
まだらめがあなたを連れ去った。合っていますか？
Taku answered without looking up.
では、その理由は？
As Taku remained silent, Fujieda narrowed his eyes.
村瀬先生、
Taku's expression stiffened. Then, at last, he conceded.
俺が遠野の仕事に関わっているからだ。
遠野の仕事？
ああ。まだらめは俺を連れ去ることで遠野にプレッシャーをかけようとしたんだろう。とわとの接触も目的だったようだ。
どちらも直接本人のところへ行けばいいものを、なぜこんな回りくどいことを。
ゲームがショーの感覚なんだろう。
なるほど。あなたが手伝っていた遠野の仕事とは？
After a heavy silence, Taku exhaled.
新しい薬物の製造だ。遠野はそれを新興民に流通させて外にも流すつもりでいる。
新しい薬？そもそも新興味は高里組が許可した薬物以外禁止されているのでは？
それは全組長までのルールだ。薬をばらまけば手っ取り早く儲けることができる。遠野は榊が次の組長だと言われていることが気に食わないようだからな。強引にでも新しいビジネスを始めて榊を蹴落としたいんだろう。
なるほど。
Taku let out another sigh and buried his face in his hands.
俺は自首するつもりだ。薬の製造以外にも高里組から公にできない仕事を受けていた。高里組に借金があった。だから断ることができなかった。だがそれが許される理由になるとは思っていない。それからどう？
What? He lowered his hands and looked at me.
まだらめが示していた場所を覚えてるか？あるいは思い出したか？
いや、
知りたいか？
He looked at me intently. I looked back at him and nodded.
ああ、
そうか。
Story time!
わかった。
He averted his eyes, summoned his resolve, and looked back.
あの場所にあったのはお前の母親マヤさんの店だ。
Mm-mm-mm. Maya's business. Euphoria. I heard Fujieda inhale sharply. Tension filled the air as Taku fell silent, his expression one of bitter regret.
また明日迎えに来る。
Don't care who. Hmm? Maybe. Maybe I am. I looked at him in silence.
怒るって何を？
黙ってたことだ。
お前はその方がいいと思ったからそうした。それだけだろ。
At my response, he stared down sadly at his feet.
部屋に戻る。
ああ、
お前は？
今日はここで寝るよ。
わかった。
With that, I left the room. Then I headed to the elevator. But as I crossed the familiar clinic floor, my feet felt like lead. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. The woman and the girl stood there, in silence with the scarlet light at their backs. But when I listened closely, I could hear the girl sobbing. Her voice was filled with sorrow, and it made my heart ache. As for the woman, however, I couldn't sense a thing. She was just standing there quietly. Ooh, then out of nowhere, the scarlet light engulfed the both of them. It ravaged them like flames, dissolving their figures into mist. And after they had burned away completely. I thought I heard the girl's voice. What the hell? So obviously I'm guessing that was his mom and Yuzuki Mei. But apparently... Well, let me read that again. And then out of nowhere, the scarlet light engulfed both of them. So, fire or blood? Something like that, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to guess here. When I opened my eye, my heart was racing abnormally fast. I rose from the sofa and headed to the bathroom. Oh, would you look at that? Still broken. The floor was no longer littered with mirror shards, but the mirror itself was still very much broken. I stepped into the shower stall and turned on the hot water. After I washed my hair and body, I walked out and toweled myself off. And then I got dressed and returned to the living room to find Taku and Rei waiting for me.
おはよう、とわ。もう昼だけど。ご飯作ってきたから久しぶりにどうかなと思って。
Aw. Man, I just want the best for Rei. Rei smiled awkwardly, his bruises and cuts still fresh and grisly.
テーブルの上片付けるぞ。
Taku cleared office space on the coffee table, and Rei set his plastic containers down.
長谷川さんのことはもう知ってるか？
Did you do it, Taku, did you? Taku sat down in the chair across from the sofa and shot me an inquiring look.
知ってる。
そうか。
He fell silent and looked at the floor.
ね、ご飯食べましょう。冷めちゃうし。
It looks good. Rei spoke cheerfully as he sat down next to Taku. The table was now covered in plates, forks, drinks, and open containers of food.
いただきます。
Taku looked like he had something more to say, but he reluctantly picked up his fork.
ミニオムレツ、ツナサンド、チキンのトマト煮込みよ。どうかしら。
Tomato braised chicken? Sounds so good. Please tell me you got rice to go with that. Oh my god, that would be so chef's kiss, man. Taku took a bite of his tuna sandwich.
うまい。
よかった。せっかくだからトアも食べて。
You know he don't eat. Ray grabbed my plate, put some food on it, and handed it back. I slowly straightened up and took the plate. This put a smile on his face. Come on, just a little, a nibble. I picked up my fork, sliced off a bite of omelet, and slid it into my mouth. I felt like an eternity had passed since the last time I'd tasted Ray's home cooking. I looked over at him as he ate in silence. His injured face was painful to look at. Just then, a question rose in my mind. Back when Madarame summoned me to the deathmatch area, what was Ray doing there? I froze and looked up at him.
何があった？
Got him. At this, Ray frowned and looked at me. At first, he didn't seem to understand what I was asking. As I gazed at him wordlessly, it dawned on him. Come on. All of a sudden, Ray looked like he was on the verge of tears. He hung his head, pursing his lips tightly.
私、あの時、まだらめと戦ってたの。榊さんの命令で。
榊の。
He looked up.
私、父親が。もうずっと会ってないんだけど、高里組に借金をしてて。そのことで脅されて、榊さんにまだらめを牽制しろって言われてたの。
Well, so much for that.
タクがやってることも、榊さんから聞かされて、本当は知ってたの。
He squeezed his eyes shut.
ずっと隠してて。ごめんなさい。
Taku's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. Likewise, Ray bit his lip as the blood drained from his face. I knew he was the one who went out of his way to set up this group lunch for us. And it probably would have been kinder to keep my mouth shut and avoid disturbing the peace. But I was compelled to ask. Neither of them seemed eager to talk about their problems, but I wasn't going to judge them. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. It was what they had each decided for themselves, aka none of my business. And the same applied to me too. No one had the right to stop me from learning about my past, no matter what came of it. After that, the conversation died, and we spent the rest of our lunch in icy silence. Once we had finished our awkward lunch period, Taku and Ray left the room. As for me, I reclined on the sofa with a cigarette and started thinking. I never imagined that Sakaki would threaten Ray. Ray? If it was about his own death, that'd be one thing, but his father's? That was a low blow. Add in the bombing at Fujieda's office, and it was clear Sakaki was starting to go overboard. Maybe the conflict with Dono was starting to get under his skin. As I exhaled gray smoke, I heard the elevator start to move. Hi. Then the door opened, and in walked Fujieda. Come to think of it, he had mentioned something about coming to pick me up. So, where are we going for our date?
調子はどうだ？
Oh man, it's funny. He hadn't even bothered to knock, and yet he didn't seem to feel bad about it either.
別に
I answered curtly, then crushed my cigarette in the ashtray and lit a new one.
そうか。それなら出かける準備をしろ。
どこへ？
The mansion, of course. Squinting in the cigarette smoke, I looked up at him.
マヤの店だ。デスマッチエリアで、マダラメが指定した場所を覚えているか？
Yeah.
マダラメや村瀬先生が言っていた通り、あの場所に店がある。正確には店だった建物。だがな。日が高いうちであれば、デスマッチの参加者もそれほどいないだろう。
Admittedly, the deathmatch area was practically deserted during daylight hours. Of course, this meant we'd be drawing attention to ourselves, but we'd be in relatively less danger.
準備をするのにも助けが必要か。
I mean, hey, if you wanna... Let me stop. As I leaned back against the sofa, I attempted to parse whether he was joking.
誰が？
I rose to my feet, pulled on my coat and stuffed my phone and smokes into my pocket. I would have been like, yeah, just to mess with him. He probably would have done it, though. It was just the crazy part. I headed downstairs and left the building. It was windy today, and a cold gust of air assaulted my face and hair. Outside, Fujieda was already waiting for me. I walked up to him. Oh, we can't make a pit stop? Let's see. A place lost to time. In the deathmatch area, every store was shuttered. You could see the passage of time in the thick layers of dust. It was 12:50 p.m. The sky was faintly gray, concealing the sun, and the air was freezing cold. Together, Fujieda and I traveled deeper into the decay. Until nightfall, this place was a ghost town. While the buildings often looked eerie, draped in shadow, here in broad daylight they just looked like the forgotten husk of a city that once was. That being said, the deathmatch area was never truly empty. As we walked, I could sense a presence tagging along behind us.
つけられてる。
Fujieda whispered to me without turning his head. Approximately 5 of them, by my count. The next instant, the rhythmic footsteps suddenly exploded into a flurry.
来るぞ。
Fujieda started running, and I followed suit. But at one point, the pursuing footsteps split up. Skeptically, I kept running. Then 2 men ran out from a side street. I could hear the rest of them approaching from behind. They must have split into 2 groups in order to box us in.
こんな真っ昼間からどうした兄ちゃんたち。道に迷っちまったのか？
Fujieda glared at them from under his eyebrows. Normally, I would have been more than happy to let them all pummel me. Leo. But right now, I was on a mission.
やれるか。
Fujieda asked me under his breath.
あんたはどうする？
なんとかなる。
As he spoke, he threw it down the bag he was carrying. The men all lunged at us. Licking my tongue, I dodged the fist that came barreling in my direction. These suits were clearly inexperienced fighters, and it was all too easy to find an opening. One by one, I threw out punches to the jaw and gut, toppling them to the ground. After the 3rd guy was down for the count, I looked over to see how Fujieda was doing. He was standing upright, shoulders heaving as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, his opponents were all groaning on the ground.
意外とやるんだな。
I thought I might have to rescue him, but clearly I was worried over nothing. He retrieved his bag, then looked at me.
それなりには。
Alright.
ホスト時代に培ったスキルか。
I teased him, and he grimaced.
ノーコメントだ。
Which means yes. He grumbled back at me, then dusted off his jacket and started walking. Apparently, he wasn't eager to talk about his past.
高里組が巡回しているはずだ。注意して進むぞ。
Yes, sir.
Ah.
We stayed on guard and purposely chose dark and narrow alleys as we progressed. But whenever we tried to get closer to Maya's mansion, we sensed people nearby. And then we'd take a detour. Before long, I started to suspect that we were farther away than when we started.
このままだと目的地の周辺を回っているだけでいつまで経ってもたどり着けないな。
Fujieda leaned against the alley wall and peered out. Just then, out of nowhere, we heard a commotion.
なんだ？
The men loitering the streets all started to panic. Then they formed a circle and started talking.
何かあったようだな。今のうちに行くぞ。
あ。
And so we crept past while they were distracted. At last, we arrived at our destination. The large, dilapidated mansion stood at the center of District A, the deathmatch area. This was Euphoria, Maya's establishment. The building stood surrounded by overgrown weeds, its paint old and peeling. To me, it looked like a haunted house.
店には見えないな。
As Fujieda gazed up at the mansion, I became aware of a weight in my chest, ever so faintly suffocating. My heart started to race, and the back of my neck flushed hot with impatience. My mother's business filled me with dread.
入るぞ。
Fujieda started walking in the direction of the front entrance, but I wasn't ready to follow him. My legs refused to cooperate, as if they were attached to someone else's body.
どうした？
He's scared. This is where he was unfortunately abused. Fujieda stopped and looked back at me dubiously.
なんでもない。
Liar. Forcing my legs to move, I dragged my heels with every step. Meanwhile, the feeling of dread intensified. Fujieda came to a stop in front of the large door, which was held shut with rusty chains. You can easily pull it off.
俺がやる。
I crouched down in front of the door, pulled out my lock-picking tools, and got to work on the padlock. While it looked like a formidable lock, it was old and nearly busted. I could manage it. After a few attempts, I felt the telltale click of success.
開いた。
We're finally gonna see what it looked like. I pocketed my tools and straightened up.
泥棒の真似事もできるのか。
Yeah.
手先が器用なんだよ。
Okay. Fujieda rolled his eyes at me and placed both hands on the door. The creak of the hinges echoed eerily as it slowly opened. All at once, the dust rose up, glittering in the rays of light that streamed in. The interior was dark and reeked of mold. We covered our noses and mouths with our arms so we wouldn't choke on the dust. Sunlight streamed in through the cracks in the ceiling, faintly illuminating the forgotten splendor of the mansion. I could only imagine how luxurious it must have looked in its heyday. A grand staircase, thick velvet curtains, carefully placed sculptures threatening to topple over. All of it spoke volumes about the kind of place this once was. And I hated it. Suddenly, a shudder ran down my spine. The weight on my chest grew heavier, and I clutched impatiently at my shirt collar, fingers trembling.
具合が悪いのか?
Fujieda looked over his shoulder at me.
少しめまいがしただけだ。
I tightened my gut muscles to keep my voice steady. I think you're gonna have to hold on to him. I'm pretty sure if you go any further, bro's gonna keel over. He gazed at me silently for a moment, then turned back and headed in deeper. At the center of the spacious foyer was a staircase with doors on either side. Halfway up, the staircase split into spirals, leading up to the second floor. And on the second floor was yet another staircase leading higher.
1階と2階は腐敗が進んでいるようだな。君は3階と4階を調べてくれ。
With that, Fujieda walked off to explore the foyer. I climbed the giant staircase to the second floor, then headed up to the third floor. The third floor featured 3 doors, 2 of which were open, and 1 which was locked. I poked around unlocked rooms, but other than the layers of dust, they seemed like ordinary guest rooms. Next, I climbed the staircase to the 4th floor. You can do it. Before long, I started to feel like I was running out of oxygen. Gasping for breath, I arrived at the 4th floor on shaky legs. The only source of light was a single small skylight. Oh, that's foreboding. As I walked down the dim, musty hall, a steel door came into view. Steel? Maya. Instantly, it felt like someone had grabbed me by the throat. A headache flared up, and my legs nearly gave out. Once I caught my balance, I looked up. The steel door stood there, blocking my path. Here in this old crumbling mansion, it alone seemed to radiate timeless strength. The music, oh my god. I was getting some Forbidden Room vibes. And then out of nowhere, I found myself thinking, I don't want to go in. I tried to move my feet, but didn't have the strength. My whole body started to sweat, and my vision began to spin. Don't go any farther. It was that same voice again. But just then, I realized something. The voice I'd been hearing all this time, it was my own. My instincts were trying to warn me. Fuck it, I'm going. Gritting my teeth, I pressed a hand to the door. It didn't look like it was going to open, and if it didn't, I could simply turn around and leave. But it did. With that thought, I pushed the door. But while it was fairly heavy, it opened a lot easier than I expected. I pulled my hand away from the door and exhaled deeply. My symptoms were only worsening, but I couldn't afford to stop now. I forced my unwilling feet to cooperate, all the while sweating like I was in a sauna. The room was dark and musty inside, probably from years of inactivity. The air was so humid, it felt like dog breath. Evidently, there were no windows in here, because it was pitch black, or rather, it would be if I closed the door. I took one step inside and came to a stop, calming myself with deep breaths. And then I pulled out my phone and switched on the flashlight function. Oh. My heart skipped a beat and started throbbing hard. Don't go any farther. The voice rang out in my head, and I nearly dropped my phone. My fingers were now slick with sweat, but it wasn't from the humidity. Then the door slammed shut behind me, engulfing me in darkness. All I could rely on now was the light from my cell phone. My heart was beating faster and faster, and I groaned through my teeth, struggling desperately to breathe. I could feel my legs buckling again, so I reached out on reflex, and my hand touched the wall. Maybe I should turn back after all. But what if there's a clue about my past in here? Perhaps that was what my subconscious mind was truly afraid of. Digging my nails into the wallpaper, I hobbled my way forward. With my other hand, I held up my phone light. You can do it. As far as I could see in the dim glow of my phone, there wasn't much here. Here and there I caught glimpses of dirty carpet and old-fashioned wallpaper, faded and peeling. I was expecting to find something important in here, so this kind of threw me for a loop. Maybe my paranoia got the better of me. I still felt sick, but my fear was primarily of the unknown. Now that I knew what was here, it was no big deal. Quietly, I scoffed at myself. As I scanned the wider area with my phone light, I caught sight of a black stain on the floor. It was old and rooted deep in the carpet. Upon further inspection, I realized it wasn't black, but dark brown. Oh. Just then, my vision pitched sideways. Everything went black. I heard something heavy hit the floor and opened my eye. My body refused to budge. Belatedly, I realized I had hit the floor. I tried to get up, but my headache was now 1,000 times more painful, and I winced. My ears were ringing sharply, drowning out any thoughts I might otherwise have had. No, not a ringing sound. Voices. Several voices overlapped, forming a discongruous drone that tormented my senses. Shut the fuck up. I wanted to shut it out. My limbs were frozen and numb, immobile. I felt powerless, like I was fighting against the current while it was pulling me under. I couldn't breathe. The chorus of unfamiliar voices swirled inside my head like a hurricane, and I couldn't think straight. No, stop. Go away. I curled up and shielded my head as if to defend myself from something. I could hear myself hyperventilating, and my abdominal muscles were spasming. The numb feeling in my limbs grew more intense, spreading throughout my whole body. The headache, the deafening drone, the rapid breaths. I felt like someone was stirring my brain around with a wooden spoon. Unable to bear it, I passed out. Poor baby. Poor thing. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. A small pair of lips formed each syllable, one by one, starting slowly to pronounce them. It's okay. It was a woman's voice. A seductive scarlet light danced over the walls and floor. Her painted red lips spread into a smile. At first her face was blurry, like a bad photo, but eventually she came into focus. This woman with the soft smile was my mother. I remembered her now. mom got a line. Sorry. I'm sorry. The instant I regained consciousness, vivid memories overlaid themselves on top of the indistinct room. Images flowed in front of my eye, as if someone had hit play on my forgotten past. As a child, I spent the majority of my time here. And I was always terrified of the silence that came whenever I was alone. Every day someone different would come into this room. I was always blindfolded whenever we would play together, but I could figure out their gender and age range from their voice and presence. Results varied wildly from day to day. Sometimes they would request for 2 children to play with each other. These people would always smile at me. I could feel their glee, even if I couldn't see it. But their smiles weren't meant to reassure me. It was the delight of a predator who had found the perfect prey to sate their desires. And guess what? You've been carrying on with what your mother started. I remembered now. I remembered what I used to do in this room. And what was done to me. What was done to me. All of it.
おい。
Ooh. The sudden bright light made me squeeze my eyes shut. Once it faded, I opened it again and found Fujieda there.
どうした？何かあったのか？
I passed the fuck out, nigga. Huh? My mind was drawing a blank. I tried to process what he was saying, but felt confused. What was he doing here? And then I realized I was lying on the floor. He was kneeling beside me. The bright light from earlier was his cell phone light.
動けるか？
He slid an arm around my back and slowly eased me into a sitting position. As time passed, my brain started to function again, and the memories came flooding back. As a child, I was always locked up in here. And this was the place where I... A sudden wave of nausea struck. Clapping a hand to my mouth, I turned away.
大丈夫か？
The auditory hallucination overlapped with his voice, and my stomach emptied its contents on the floor. And the headache and deafening drone returned.
その言葉。
Please stop it.
言葉？
Don't say okay.
言うな、それを。
それ？何のことだ？
Spell it out. If he said it again, I felt like I was going to puke my guts out.
大丈夫という言葉。
Nice. I felt a familiar urge welling up in the back of my throat, but I managed to hold it in.
何か思い出したのか？
I asked for breath.
よく母親が言ってたその言葉を笑いながら、俺が何をされようとどんな目に遭おうとも大丈夫って。
I always hated that word. Every time I heard it, my vision would blur a little. But I had never understood why, until now.
思い出したんだな。過去。
ああ、
Slowly, I nodded.
いつからかその言葉を聞くたびに自分の感覚が死んでいくような気分になった。
どうにもならないような絶望的な状況でも、あの女は笑いながら言ってた。だからその言葉は、俺にとっては呪いだった。
一体過去に何があった？
It's a laundry list, my guy. I closed my eye and exhaled. It took some courage to recount the very memories I'd spent so long trying never to remember. Frankly, I wished I could forget them all over again.
マヤの店については、長谷川が言っていた通りだ。年派もいかない子供がたくさんいて、いろいろなことをやらされてた。俺も、そのうちの一人だった。
待ってくれ。マヤは君の母親だろ
う。Yes.
それはつまり、実の子供に客を取らせていたと。
ああ。
He stared at me, mouth agape.
俺の体の傷はその時につけられたものもある。生稲、朝倉、桐原、客の名前だ。この部屋で俺を傷つけた。
That's right. I remember now. At the time I was blindfolded, so I couldn't be sure, but now I was confident. That torn out paper was a record of the scars from my past.
それじゃあ、君の妹のことはどうなんだ？思い出したのか？
I sucked in a breath and looked away.
思い出した。けど。
I squeezed my eyes shut. A vision of the girl rose up behind my eyelid, the same face I could never remember before. Slowly, I opened my eye again.
この部屋で、俺と妹は一緒にいた。そう思ってた。
違ったのか？
ああ。
My voice shook, and I pursed my lips.
俺と一緒にいたのは、あんたの手帳に挟まってた写真の子だ。
Fujieda's expression twisted, and he let out a quavering breath. His smoke thrashed and darkened in color. All this time, we had fought over that bunny toy. I thought it belonged to my sister, while Fujieda thought it belonged to his friend's sister. Turned out Fujieda was right. That toy didn't belong to my sister. She didn't die of an illness. This whole time, I was wrong. She wasn't even my little sister at all. I had simply deluded myself into thinking she was. Fujieda had called the girl in the photo Yuzuki Mei. He was so obsessed with finding her. And now he looked like his whole world was falling apart. Was Yuzuki Mei really his friend's little sister?
聞きたいことがある。
Oh, we're starting? Okay.
なんだ？言ってみろ。
Say the most important part. Alright, let's get it. Da. I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to be going for here. But I guess it's Euphoria, since they didn't say not the target. But we also kind of have madness.
そうか。
ん？
そうか。
It hurt. I guess we just say it.
ああ、
Mm-hmm.
そうか。
Whoa, what was that? Why do I have a feeling I shouldn't be saying this? Well, we'll find out at the end.
そうか。
I love how it all just turns into dots. So it's like, what's the point? What is the point if it's just gonna be like dots? Will she tell you?
うん。
まだ。
Mm-hmm. Might puke blood, but I gotta say it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we gotta. I mean, I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong.
あ。
Oh, jeez.
赤い。みんな赤く。
赤。
赤い。全部赤く。俺も彼女も。ああ。
どうした？おい！しっかりしろ！くそ！
Yeah,
戻ってこい！とわ！
seems about right. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't freak out more.
俺を呼ぶ声が聞こえた。
Oh, I guess there's no dialogue.
そうだった。これが。
Oh, oh, it's him. Oh, it's him, not Fujieda. Or maybe Fujieda's later.
少女の写真。
You gotta open up your own scars, hon.
写真。
あ。
見せてくれ。
His hand just came out of nowhere. Fujieda pulled the photo from his memo badge. The photo of Izuki-Mei. He pursed his lips tightly, holding something back.
お前の妹か。
そうだ。
I mean, didn't he? Never mind.
俺に 妹はいない。子供の頃一緒にいたのはお前の妹だ。忘れてた。今まで全部。
君はそうか。
Oh, back to silence.
それは
ああ。
おい。
Alright, next. Tell him what? What else you gotta tell him? Oh. Oh, because he didn't. The thing. Thing, yeah, thing. What is this music? It's so aggressive.
無理するな。
It's just dots again.
落ち着け。
Come on,
これは
come on.
おい。そうだな。
Yeah, you can. Come on. You can do it.
俺は
しっかりしろ。
Listen, he's got to. We have to confront it.
聞かせてほしい。
What are we gonna say?
ああ思い出した。これが
Oh dear. Oh dear. No. Okay, I'm guessing it's that one.
柚木芽柚木芽お前の妹の名前か。
そうだ。
お前の妹は客を取らされている俺のことを気にかけて一緒に逃げようと言ってくれた。
Mhm.
諦めたらダメだって最後までそう言ってた。俺もその時思ったんだ。逃げようって。理由はわからない。でもなぜかそう思って二人で逃げ出そうとして捕まって連れ戻されて俺はひどく痛めつけられた。彼女のことはそれから見なくなったんだ。ただ戻された部屋にはぬいぐるみが転がってて彼女が大切そうにずっと持ってた。変わったのはその後からだ。彼女を殺したのがあの女、母親なんだと思ったらよくわからない感情がこみ上げてきて、それがどうしようもない怒りだってことに後から気づいた。あの女から離れようとそう思わせてくれたのは彼女だった。
それは本当なんだな。
ああ。
Yuzuki Mei. I told him everything, but yet his expression was a blank canvas. His eyes were soulless and empty. His usual confidence was gone, and his smoke was fading weakly. Silently, he took me by the arm and hauled me up onto my feet. Then he turned and staggered unsteadily out of the room. The door swung shut, and his cell phone light disappeared with him. In the darkness, I realized something was glowing by my feet. It was my cell phone. I must have dropped it. Thankfully, the flashlight function was still on. I picked it up and started to shine it around, but changed my mind. I turned the beam of light toward the steel door and slowly started walking. I could only vaguely remember what happened after that. At some point, Fujieda disappeared, so I left Maya's mansion and went back to the clinic. I arrived as the sun was setting. Right as I walked in, however, I heard a commotion. The ransacked first floor was now neatly tidied up, though it wasn't exactly the way it was before. Without thinking too hard, I walked into the waiting room. There, Harimura flagged me down. Now that I thought about it, wasn't the clinic supposed to close for the winter holidays? If Arimura was here, then something must have happened. I could hear him rambling at me, but my brain was switched off, and I couldn't understand him. Something about an attack, lots of emergency patients. To me, it felt like it was all happening on another planet. I went up to my apartment, pulled off my coat, grabbed the bottle of booze off the floor, and sat down on the sofa. I poured the alcohol down my parched throat, then stared into space without bothering to turn the TV on. When I regained my lost memories at Maya's mansion, it fucked me up really hard. Now, in the calm after the storm, my head was just empty. I wasn't rejecting my past, my brain just couldn't process it fully. Still, I could tell that something had distinctly changed. I felt guilty. Until now, this was highly uncommon for me. Maybe I used to feel this way as a kid, but if so, I sure couldn't remember it. But now, feelings of guilt had sprouted up in my heart regarding that girl, Fujieda's little sister. She was my ray of light. Back then, I was powerless to oppose my birth mother's cruelty. That little girl was the only one who reached out to me. But now, she was gone. She tried to help me escape, but we were captured, and after that, I never saw her again. Most likely, she was murdered by Maya. If only I could have died in her place. No matter what they put her through, they never broke that little girl's spirit. She always used to tell me, that her big brother was coming to save us. Surely she deserved to live way more than I ever did. I sighed, leaned back against the sofa, and closed my eye. I was always so complacent with my shitty life. I made all of my own choices, so if I wound up dead, I had no regrets. Or so I told myself. But what if I was only alive at someone else's expense? What if the only thing that spared my life was the sacrifice of another, more worthy life? Could I still claim that I was expendable? Now I was questioning my entire life story. I was anxious and unstable. Did my life have any meaning? Was there any point in being alive if it meant she had to die? As I slumped into a depressive state, I heard a shy knock at the door. Hey, cutie. Then it slowly opened, and Ray walked in. I could still see bruises and cuts on his face.
急にごめんね。今急患が運ばれてきてるから、ドアにも手伝ってもらおうかと思ったんだけど。
I wouldn't trust him right now. He seemed to sense that something was going on with me, because he paused to search for the right words.
何かあった？
何も。
I answered in a low voice without looking at him. I didn't want to talk to anyone.
でも、
ほっといてくれ。
The words weakly left my lips.
ドア。
頼むから、ほっといてくれ。
My voice was too hoarse to be commanding. It faded uselessly. All I wanted was to be alone. He started to stay? He started to say something, but instead quietly left the room. After the door shut behind him, I staggered to my feet and headed to the bathroom. Ain't no way he could see his face. Ain't no way. There, I stood in front of the sink and stared at myself in the mirror fragments. My face looked just like Maya from my dreams. No. No. No, don't you dare. Oh, God. Slowly, my lips curled into a smile. No, I was hallucinating. I wasn't smiling at all. No. Dang it. Uncontrollable anger welled up inside me, and I punched the mirror as hard as I could. The remaining mirror fragments splintered outward. No! Not again. After that, I slowly slid down into a crouching position. Flecks of blood dripped onto the shards of glass on the floor. It's okay now. It's okay. Her voice echoed in my ears. No. I screamed and staggered to my feet. Then, without bothering to wash my face or even grab my coat, I left the apartment. Downstairs, I left through the side entrance and staggered out into the narrow alley. Are we gonna get another Toa crash out? Outside, the sun had set, and it was getting dark. I traveled silently down the alley. No one else was around to see my bloody face. Then, the park came into view up ahead. Beneath the navy sky tinged faintly with orange, the street lamps flickered to life. I love that. I love it when it's like you're walking outside and like the street lights start to flicker on. I don't know why, but I just really like watching that. I walked into the park and headed straight for the concrete tunnel. Is he there? Then I crawled inside, leaned against the curved wall, and let out a small sigh. My brain still felt fuzzy. Half-dried blood dripped down from my forehead, emitting a strong, coppery smell. A spontaneous shiver ran down my spine. Not only had I left without a coat, but I had lost more blood than I initially realized. My next thought was to light a cigarette to stay warm, but I hadn't brought those either. I pressed the back of my head against the concrete and closed my eye. It's okay. Maya's voice revived in my ears. I had remembered everything. Everything she used to do, what she used to be like. All this time, I was told she was a wonderful woman with a quiet personality. And in a sense, that was true. But those things only applied to her outward persona. On the inside, however, that woman was cunning and cruel. She could order someone's murder with a soft smile on her face. That was how she treated me, too. She treated me like an object without batting a lash. I was never able to oppose her. If I tried to resist, I would be severely punished. Maya was the kind of woman who wouldn't be satisfied unless she got her way. Oh, so she's a my way or the highway kind of lady. Except in this case, my way or you go 6 feet under. She would use any means necessary. No, she would use any means to achieve her ends. I don't know where necessary came from. She would wear a stunning smile to deceive everyone around her, then lead her prey into a trap to get rid of them. If I had to guess, she was probably a sociopath. That was how she managed to play the part of the perfect woman. She could tell exactly what you wanted at any given moment, and she would offer it to you. To her, everything in the world was a toy at her disposal. Her own son was little more than a doll. A mannequin to be dressed and posed at a whim. How did she feel watching her clients torment her biological child at Euphoria? I felt like my whole life had gone according to her plans, and it made me sick. Why did I have to choose the same name as her business? All because of these disgusting blood ties. It made me want to puke. I let out a long, shaky breath. Was the cold getting to me, or... I wrapped my arms around my legs and buried my face in my knees. Back then, I was just her property, her plaything. But what about now? I didn't understand why I was still alive. My existence was so utterly meaningless. Choosing to die would be even more pathetic. These questions swirled around in my head, driving me to the brink of insanity.
殺すなんてお前にとっちゃ生ぬるいだろ。どうすればもっと痛めつけられるんだ。
Looking back, Fujieda was right about me. And death was a mercy for someone like me. I crawled out of the tunnel and started walking. I didn't want to think about anything anymore. Hey, same. Sorry. So I need to find a way to switch my brain off. Well... No, I'm not. Be it pain or pleasure, I didn't mind either way. I wanted to make myself utterly incapable of coherent thought. Outside the tunnel, it was now pitch dark. With the light of the street lamps at my back, I headed down the shadowy street. The ground was painfully cold against my cheek. I took a few shallow breaths, blinking slowly. I didn't want to think about anything. And now I was lying in a dark alley, like a piece of trash, just as planned. I wanted someone to beat me to a pulp, so I picked a fight with a group of nasty-looking thugs. The men were gathered at the dead end of the alley, getting high on drugs. Illegal drugs, judging from their bloodshot eyes and restless fidgeting. That's why I chose them. At first, they scrutinized me suspiciously, but when I told them they could do whatever they wanted to me, they readily agreed. From their perspective, they didn't care that I was a guy as long as I could make them feel good. In the end, I was punched and kicked until I puked up stomach acid, then tied up and fed some grapes. When the force... Okay. It lasted for what felt like hours. After they got bored, they left me on the ground in the alley. Pants off. I'm sorry. I know this is serious, but I'm just imagining Joa like down, face down. I'm sorry. I'll get it together. My body was in agony. If someone were to see me, they'd probably think I was dead. Oh my god. But I didn't mind. If anything, I felt like they didn't go far enough. I wanted more. Slowly, I sat upright and sluggishly dressed myself. Once I got the sting of pain in my ass, I put a hand to the wall and heaved myself onto my feet. I coughed down at the ground, and blood and saliva trickled out. Must have cut my mouth when I got punched. This still wasn't enough, then the only option left would be to leave the world. I leaned against the wall and thought about it. If I wanted to die, how would I go about it? Well, depends. Do you want to suffer, or want it to be quick and painless? Eventually, I remembered all those cans of paint thinner in my apartment. Oh god. Oh. Well, my lips twisted into a sneer as I started walking, one hand braced against the wall. I needed to get back to the clinic before sunrise. If anyone saw me like this, things would only get more complicated. Unfortunately, the pain made it harder to walk. Those dudes might have broken a couple of my ribs. Nevertheless, I continued one step at a time, hoping death would bring me comfort at last. Carefully, I crept into the clinic through the side entrance and climbed the stairs to my apartment. I couldn't risk Taku or Ray finding me, not this time. Once I finally dragged my heavy body all the way home, I let out an exhausted sigh. Then I walked over to the graveyard of flipped canvases. These paintings represented all the art I'd done, well, I created within my lifetime, and they came in all different sizes. I grabbed a few and tossed them onto the floor. Once they were all in the same area, I walked over and arranged them so they formed a circle around me. Okay. Oh, Toa. Haruto. You poor thing. And then I scattered my paints, brushes, wooden palettes, and sketch pads on top. Actually, hold on, let me look at this real quick. from... I was about to say, are there any of like the ones we got? Like Ikuina, Kirihara, Sakura, but I guess not. Once everything was in place, I stepped out of the makeshift canvas circle. Then I grabbed my coat off the floor and retrieved my phone, cigarettes, and lighter. Okay. Goodbye, cruel world. I lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and checked the phone screen. I'd received a call from Fujieda a few hours ago. Messages too. But I didn't care about any of that. I tossed my phone onto the sofa. Oh, we get an even better view. Hold on. After I finished my smoke, I crushed the butt in the ashtray, then carried the lighter back with me to the canvas circle. Some of these actually look really nice, though. Then I grabbed a bucket of highly flammable paint thinner and dumped it over my head. The pungent stench clogged my nostrils, and the thinner made my open wounds sting. Here I was, moments away from my own demise, and my heart was as peaceful as a moonless night. No fear, no impatience, nothing. Just the faint hope of freedom. A glimpse of the light at the end of the tunnel. Looking around, I felt like I was the sacrificial offering of some kind of summoning circle, and it made me laugh. I should have done this sooner. All this time, I didn't feel the need to die, so I simply let myself exist. I figured death would come for me eventually. Because I never found who I was truly meant to be. I wasn't even human, just my mother's plaything. Every breath that filled my lungs was taken in trade for a more worthy life. Now that I had learned the truth, I had finally reached enlightenment. I wouldn't exactly call it that, but okay. I couldn't simply wait around for death. Death was my moral imperative. Faint thinner dripped from my bangs as I gazed. Okay. Soon it would finally end. All of it. No, now all I had to do was... But just then, out of nowhere, the door flew open. Holding the lighter, I slowly turned to look. I mean, if you want the honors, by all means, go ahead. Fujieda stared at me in stunned silence. He scanned the room, then looked back at me. Well... His voice sounded so strange, now that the room was staged for my pathetic ritual sacrifice. Oh my. I did not expect a CG for this. My voice cracked and I turned away. At this, I almost burst out laughing. Congratulations, you have eyes! In spite of my amusement, my voice came out curt and flat.
君に電話をした。メッセージも送った。知らない。だろうな。そう思って直接来たんだ。君は
Yeah. He paused to choose his words carefully.
自分で描いた絵とともに心中するつもりなのか。 過去を思い出したのが原因か。
He wasn't his usual self. I could feel the tension in the way he enunciated every word.
ユーフォリアの絵は人の欲望が最高潮に達した瞬間を描いてる。けどそれはあの女がマヤがやっていたことと同じだった。あの女はユーフォリアという名前の店で客が心に秘めた欲望を解放する手助けをしていた。それどころかお前の妹まで。
His expression clouded over, and he frowned slightly.
俺はあの女の息子で道具だった。あの女は目的のためなら平気で人を傷つけて殺すことができる。そんな女に育てられて生きる術を教え込まれた。それがまともな教育だったと思うか。あの女から教わったのは人を思い通りに動かす方法ばかりだ。絵本を読んでもらう代わりにそういう話を聞かされて育った。
I mean, that's not all bad. It is good to know some psychology, so you know, like when people are trying to manipulate you.
俺には骨の髄まであの女の考えが染み込んでる。だから無意識に同じ行動をとってる。あの女のコピーなんだよ、俺は。でも思い通りにはさせない。俺が死ねば全て終わる。何もかも。
Fujieda listened quietly as I spat the words out.
死んで過去が変わるのか。
There was no accusation in his tone.
俺もお前も妹もマヤに振り回されてもてあそばれた。
お前に何がわかる。
苦しいのはお前だけじゃない。死ねば全てが終わる。逃げているだけだろ。
逃げて何が悪いんだよ。
死は一番手っ取り早く楽になる方法だ。過去を思い出してもなお生きることはお前にとって地獄にも等しい苦行になるはずだ。それでも歯を食いしばって生きることに意味があり懺悔にもなる。違うか。
He exhaled and looked away.
俺も地獄を生き抜いてきた。俺はただ妹の真実が知りたくてそのために生きてきたんだ。
His voice shifted to flat exhaustion. His swaying smoke fell still. Just then, I realized he's been fighting all this time. Fujieda had clawed his way up from the jaws of certain death, an endless struggle that had lasted years, whereas mine could only be counted in hours.
真実を知って今は。
If he'd lost his purpose in life, then surely he could see the appeal of death, right?
犯人を殺してやりたいと思った。だがマヤはすでに死んでいる。
Bless up for that.
俺は長年抱いてきた憎悪をどう消化すればいいのかわからなかった。心が空っぽになったような気がした。だから 妹のことを考えた。こういう時、妹なら、メイならどう言うのか、どうするのか。
He paused to exhale sorrowfully.
メイが死んだという真実を知って初めて、そう考えることができるようになったんだ。メイの気持ちを考えることができた。それまではただ犯人を追い詰めることだけを考えていた。とにかく犯人を見つけて殺してやろうと。メイは生きていると信じて、そう思い込もうとしていた。だが本当はうすうす分かっていた。メイはきっともうこの世にはいないのだろうと。それでもその事実を受け入れてしまったら動けなくなると思った。
Slowly, he clenched his hands into fists.
メイが死んでいたとはっきり分かったとき、もう俺の中には怒りも憎悪もなかった。あまりにも時間が長くかかりすぎて、とっくの昔に燃え尽きてしまっていた。だから心が空になってようやくメイと向き合った。メイはきっと俺が犯人を殺すことも俺自身が死ぬことも望まない、そういう子だ。メイならきっと生きてほしいと願うだろうと。
He looked at me. His gaze was heartfelt and full of light.
あの子のことを、あの子と一緒にいた時間を思い出したのなら、お前にもわかるはずだ。あの子はお前を助けようとしたんだろう。お前を放り出すことなく二人で生きようとしたんだろう。メイのおかげで生きる意志を取り戻したと、そう言っていただろう。だったらお前は生きてくれ。あの子の最後の望みを叶えてほしいんだ。
The light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger.
お前は人の願望が叶った瞬間を、命を燃やし尽くす瞬間を描いてきたんだろう。ユーフォリア。だったらメイの望みを叶えてくれ。あの子が生かそうとした命を殺さないでくれ。もし少しでもメイを思う気持ちがお前の中にあるのなら、
Stared at the floor. Quietly, I lowered the lighter. Was I supposed to argue with that?
俺は妹の真実を知ることができてよかったと思っている。妹の真実を知らずにいた時よりもいくらか楽になった。お前もマヤの被害者だった。ただマヤの子として生まれてしまっただけで。だから本当に憎むべき相手はお前じゃない。その話をするために来てみたらこれだ。
He chuckled and gazed at me. For some reason, I felt the urge to get away from him. I'd never felt like that about anyone before. It scared me to think he could see right through me. As our eyes met, he took a step forward.
俺はこれまでのお前の生き方が嫌いだった。最低だと思っていた。だが本当はお前の気持ちがわかるんだ。わかってしまう。お前はマヤに振り回されてこうなった。妹は母親に売られた。
What?
金のために。俺たちも肉親のせいで人生をめちゃくちゃにされた。 だから
I thought we were done with all the reveals. Oh, holy, what the hell? Wait, what?
お前の今の姿は俺だったのかもしれないと心の奥では分かってたんだ。初めて会った時から。だがそれを認めるわけにはいかなかった。認めたら今の自分を否定することになる。俺はメイを探すために藤枝亮という鎧をまとってここまで来たんだ。
Okay, then what is your first name?
そう思う一方でお前と一緒にいるうちにお前は俺と同じ人間なんだという思いが強くなっていた。メイのことが分かって気持ちの整理がついた後、俺の中にあったのはお前のことだ。
Oh. He took another step.
お前を放っておくことはできない。
I stared at the floor, unmoving. He moved in front of me and gently clasped the hand that still loosely held the lighter.
<sighs> 本当にひどい格好だな。オイルの匂いも。
He crouched down slightly to peer at my face. There was no hatred or anger in his eyes, just warmth.
風呂に入れ。万が一引火したら村瀬先生に迷惑だろ。
His voice called to me. It felt almost gentle. Fujieda didn't want me to die. He wanted me to live. He wanted to close the door on my chance at death and send me instead down the path of atonement. And who could hate him for that? I certainly didn't have the right to complain. So, I couldn't fight it. He put a hand on my back. At his prompting, I started walking. On the way to the bathroom, I nearly tripped over my own 2 feet, but he caught me. Once we reached the shower stall, my knees buckled and I crouched down. While my pain tolerance was pretty high, my body still had physical limitations, and the exhaustion had rendered me immobile.
そのままでいろ。
Fujieda pulled off his jacket and pressed both hands to my head. His nimble fingers combed through my hair.
出血は止まっているか。
Relieved, he grabbed the shower head and turned on the water ever so slightly at a low pressure.
水で洗ったとしてもおそらく痛むだろう。やめておくか。
No. I shook my head. At this point, It didn't matter what part of me hurt.
耐えられなかったら言ってくれ。
As he spoke, he gradually ran the light spray of warm water over my head. The stream wasn't strong at all, but my wounds ached regardless. Then he started gently raking his fingers through my hair.
しみるか。
Emotions pulled against my sore skin, but nevertheless I shook my head. For some reason, I didn't want him to stop. Oh. When I looked down at my feet, I could see blood and paint thinner swirling down the drain with the water. After he took his time rinsing my hair, he paused.
服を脱げ。脱げるか。
Damn, you're not gonna take me to dinner first? Kidding. To do that, I would need to stand up. I put a hand to the tile and slowly pushed myself up. Then I attempted to peel off the wet clothes clinging to my skin, but my fingers were too weak. Fujieda sensed that I was struggling and joined in to help. Once I was stripped naked, I heard him chuckle and looked over on reflex.
いや、昔、メイが小さかった頃、着替えを手伝ったことを思い出した。
You're treating me like a kid. His wry grin was tinged with embarrassment. Then he looked at my body and narrowed his eyes. Excuse me? Scrutinizing my fresh cuts and bruises with a frown, he then turned his attention to my turpentine-splattered eye patch. He shot me an inquiring look, suddenly asking for my blessing. When I nodded, he gingerly reached out to it. Then he peeled it off of me, exposing my empty right socket. For a while, he gazed at it in silence. At one point, he started to reach out to it, but caught himself and averted his eyes.
体くらいは自分で洗えるだろう。
What if I want you to wash it for me? Suddenly, his attitude turned standoffish. He stopped the water and set the shower head back on its hook. I leaned against the wall, unmoving. I didn't have the energy for any of that. Then I felt something unpleasant trickling from... Okay. Not a sentence I will be reading today. Okay. Fujieda noticed my behavior and looked at me with a confused frown.
どうした？
Wordlessly, I looked down at my lower body. He followed my gaze and his frown deepened. For a while, he stared at the fluid. Then out of nowhere, he grabbed my arm. What?
本当にお前はどうしようもない。
What did I just read? This is happening. Okay, this is happening. Okay.
これも自殺の一環だったんだろうが、もう二度とするな。
I'm gonna do it again. No, I'm kidding. The stimulation of my provoked pain and other feelings that sent a shiver down my spine. Right. I knew it wasn't his intention, but I couldn't fight the arousal. Next, he turned the water back on. Hotter this time. Effortlessly, he grabbed the sponge, poured body wash onto it, and worked up a lather. Then he washed my body, and my only option was to let it happen. The soft, slippery sponge felt good against my skin. He seemed like he was angry, but now his touch was a gentle caress. I followed the sponge with my eye. I didn't see any scars on this arm, but I knew he had a lot of them. I slowly turned my body to face him. Then I grabbed the arm he used to wash me and pulled him toward me. Okay. We're doing this now. He stumbled forward, pressing his free hand to the wall to brace himself. As a result, he ended up under the shower stream. As he slicked his hair back with his fingers, I leaned in. Huh. I whispered so faintly, the shower drowned it out. He shot me a quizzical look. I figured he would get uncomfortable and say no. Despite that, I found myself compelled to ask. I wanted to see it again. A body like mine, covered in scars. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then without another word, he started to strip. Before long, okay, he was just as naked as I was. Oh! I guess this would be fine. A breath escaped my lips as I took it all in. It was like looking into a mirror. Both of our bodies were riddled with innumerable scars. The exact number and shape were different, proof that we'd grown up in different environments. But I didn't care about the small details. To me, his body was just the same as mine. We were both scarred on the inside, far more than on the outside. And for some reason, it made his body and his scars all the more precious to me. I don't know where the look came from. I don't. I reached out and gently trailed a finger over the scar on his arm. The instant I touched him, he flinched faintly. Oh? Exhaling loudly, I pulled him toward me head first. Then I pressed my lips to his. I wasn't sure why I did it. My body just sort of moved on autopilot. Touching his scars made me want to touch him more until I could scarcely stand it. He stood there unresisting. Water dripped down our faces, slid into our lips and down our chins. I pulled away and exhaled. This time he leaned in after me. Lightly he nibbled on my lips, yet somehow I could feel his hesitation. Toward me and toward himself. I parted my lips and kissed him back deeply, accepting him in all his uncertainty. I lightly nipped at his lower lip, then slid my tongue into his mouth, which he returned in kind. Our tongues teased each other, and I felt a numbing sensation spread through my body. Goosebumps pricked up, and my heart raced. He gently caressed the back of my head, supporting me. The angle of our kiss deepened further, the sound of our tongues inaudible under the drone of the shower. He swirled his tongue inside my mouth, devouring it all. I had a cut on the inside of my mouth from the feeding of grapes, and every time he brushed it, a tiny prick of pain shot through me. But it felt good. Before I knew it, I was teasing his tongue. I don't know why I said tongue like that. Begging for more. Consumed by the passionate kiss, I squirmed in his arms. Then I felt something against my thigh. Naturally, I quickly realized what it was. He was aroused by my kiss, and even if it was merely a biological reaction, it still gave me a thrill. I was quickly growing on my own. Okay. He grunted, pulled away, and looked at me. His gaze was feverish, yet reproachful at the same time. The look in his eyes seemed to ask, "Are you sure you want to cross this line?" And once again, it wasn't just directed at me, but at himself too. Personally, I didn't see the harm in it. Quite the opposite, actually. I wanted to know more about him. I wanted to explore his body. I reached out and touched one of the scars that ran across his chest. And then I kissed him. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pushed me back. Maybe he was rejecting me, but then he kissed me roughly. His tongue ravaged me hard this time, and I moaned. Then he pulled away and whispered in my ear. Oh. His strained voice sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to make a mess of him. I buried my face in his shoulder. Oh. I guess we don't get a CG. Oh, never mind. We're getting there. Let's see, from there, we stumbled our way to the... You're using the bed? Oh my god, he's using the bed, guys. Refusing to pull our mouths apart for even a single moment. Neither of us had toweled off, and our wet bodies quickly dampened the linens. Oh, there it is. No words were spoken between us as we violently made out. Then I turned my attention to his body, currently on top of mine. Illuminated in the pale light streaming in through the blinds, I could see his muscles and scars all the more clearly. To me, he was a work of art. There was beauty in every grisly scar. Struck by the impulse to touch them, I reached out and traced over them one by one. He sucked in a breath and pulled his lips away. Oh my. At first he fixed me with an admonishing look, then lowered himself down to my chest. He pressed his chapped lips to the big long scar at the center, and ran his warm, wet tongue up it. I felt myself spasm as I whimpered on reflex. This seemed to encourage him because he pressed his tongue hard against the scar as if trying to stab it. Ooh. I closed my eye and begged. He looked at me hesitantly for a moment, then lowered back down and gently nibbled at my chest scar. Then the pressure gradually increased, and with it the pain. It felt like my whole body was starting to sweat. I buried my face in the sheets and writhed. The sensation of teeth biting my flesh was so hot, it gave me an out-of-body experience. Fujieda continued to bite and lick my scar, but after a while he looked up. There was sorrow in his expression. Just heaving, I looked back at him. I didn't want to hear it. Not right now. With that thought, I grabbed him by the head and kissed him. Then I teased his tongue until the flame of lust flared up in his eyes. Propping myself up on my elbow, I purposely pulled my tongue out of his mouth. A thread of saliva hung between us. I licked his chin down to his collarbone and then down to his chest. There, I kissed and licked his chest scar just as he had done to me. He swallowed hard, then pinned me down under him. But he wasn't doing it out of lust, he just wanted to stop me. Instead of responding, though, he buried his face in my neck. His warm palms rubbed each and every scar on my body. Likewise, I put my arms around him and ran my hands down his back. I explored the texture of each scar with my fingers and palms. To an outside observer, we were licking each other's wounds like a couple of dogs. But I wasn't ashamed of that. This was an act of acceptance. It didn't matter how anyone else saw it. It was no one's business but ours. Every time he touched me, I could feel every scar on my body burning with joy. Did he feel the same way? It felt like a fever was setting in, and I kinda liked it. My scars brushed up against each other, Ray's skin pressing into each other like they were trying to fuse. The sensation was so... No, damn it. We were doing so well. We were doing so well. Okay, well... here we go. I'm getting into the meat and potatoes of it all. Normally something like this wouldn't have been more than a tickle for me. But this time something was different. Suddenly, I felt the impulse to trust him with everything. I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was the heat of the moment. But at the same time, I was scared I might start to need him. Fujieda was the only other person who shared my scars. I never met anyone else like him. spent my whole life telling myself I was better off alone. That catching feelings would only make things complicated. So, I never fell in love. The second I got attached to anyone, I cut ties with them. But Fujieda... I knew I needed to stay away from him, but part of me wished I could sink to even greater depths. I was torn between wanting to run and wanting to stay. I didn't know what to do. I'd never been so unsure in all my life. Okay, yeah. Meanwhile, he planted kisses on the scars on my face and shoulders. Nope. Something was weird about me. Before and now, whenever I had sex, all I cared about was stabbing pain. Something as casual as foreplay wouldn't even register. Usually it killed the mood. But this time it was turning me on. I felt like I wasn't myself anymore, which was alarming if a little funny. Yeah. Okay. The words left my lips of their own accord. I couldn't take another minute of this foreplay or I was gonna lose it. Even I wasn't sure how I might react. It already felt weird enough with... So if we spent any more time on it... He looked at me like he wanted to protest, but did it? Uh-huh. Oh my. Damn. Why does he look so good? He hissed and nope. Can't say that. And then he drew his lips to my ear. Oh, what do you mean it's not right? As he spoke. Yes. Okay. Wait, what does this look like? Wait, what am I? Okay. I was struggling to understand positioning. Nope. He grunted, brow furrowed. I could tell from the blush in his cheeks that he was in no position to take it slow. Okay. More than that, there was another feeling I didn't recognize wriggling beneath my skin. He looked down at me with feverish eyes and started to... Yeah. Now this was the feeling I was used to. No loving foreplay necessary. True. Suddenly he stopped moving. The sensation that had spread through my body vanished. Unsatisfied, I opened my eye and looked at him. He frowned back at me quietly, though, whether out of anger or sadness, I wasn't quite sure. The look in his eyes was both lustful and melancholy. Without a word, Oh! first it was frustrating, but after enough times, I realized that he was slowly changing the angle with each thrust. Oh, really? Oh, is he trying to... Ah, he is. And he appeared to be watching for my reaction.
何
His heated gaze only perplexed me. I didn't know what he was looking for. I know. I raised a hand to block his view, but he grabbed it and pinned it to the bed. But without any pain, I wasn't getting anything out of this except dissatisfaction. I wanted the kind of intense stimulation that would fry my brain. I wanted more. My impatience grew and grew, and right as I was contemplating, a jolt of electricity shot through me as goosebumps pricked up my arms, expelling all the ragged breath from my lungs. There was no pain, and yet it felt like my body was acting out of control. Startled, I looked at him. His lips curled in a self-satisfied smirk. Oh.
当たったか。
何が
Something weird was going on. I was convinced of it now. Fujieda was causing me to feel things I didn't even know I could feel. My heart raced as my breathing grew labored. For the first time in forever, I was scared that I might actually lose control of myself. I grimaced. Fujieda observed this reaction in me, then pressed his lips to mine. As our tongues intertwined, he grabbed my hand and put it around his back. Then he did the same to the other hand, putting me in a clinging position. I pulled away, gasping the words out. He narrowed his feverish eyes at me. Damn, what are you gonna do? It felt like he was controlling my body. This pleasure was startlingly deep, nothing like the pain I was used to. It writhed around inside me like a creature with a mind of its own, consuming me. I had no idea what was going to happen next. Before I knew it, I was digging my nails into his back. Then I buried my face in his shoulder and attempted to endure the tidal wave. Breathing heavily, he struck my chest with his palm. Oh, I can't read that one. Reflexively, I tried to push him off, but he didn't budge. I buried my face in the sheets and squirmed. My nose stung and tears blurred my vision. I didn't even have the mental capacity to laugh at myself for being so pathetic. You're not pathetic. No. Personally, I've never had sex this way. I only ever slept with people who hurt me. But Fujieda's technique had me on the cusp of losing control, and frankly, it pissed me off. I didn't want to let him call all the shots. Then do something about it, you little bitch. I'm sorry. It was so uncalled for. Enduring the building pleasure, I sank my teeth into his collarbone. He grunted quietly and looked at me in surprise. The most I could manage right now was a defiant smirk. Oh. Yeah? With my hazy vision, I could vaguely see Fujieda's pale scars, made all the more prominent in contrast with his flushed skin. I slurped at them mindlessly. See, no. It's all about wording, guys. They said he was jackhammering, and all I can think about is just oh man. For a while, we lay there on top of each other, trying to catch our breath. I felt so lethargic, I couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger. I looked over at him, and our eyes met. After a long moment of silent eye contact, he awkwardly looked away. Oh, that you did. Then he rolled off me and headed to the bathroom. Absently, I watched him go, and soon afterwards I found myself slipping off to sleep. When I awoke, Fujieda was sitting on the edge of the bed, already showered. Slowly, I rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom to take my turn. So, we gonna talk about it? I rinsed my body in the shower, then slung a towel over my shoulder, and walked back to the bed where I now sat down cross-legged. It felt cold for some reason, and when I looked around, I realized that the window was open. It must have been Fujieda. He was already dressed. He shot me and my still naked body a dirty look. Now that I was all freshened up, it finally felt real. This man had fucked me. It was only just now sinking in for him, too. Despite his attempt to play it off, I could feel the nervous tension in the air. As I was lighting a cigarette, he summoned his resolve and looked at me.
聞きたいんだが。
I love the positions that they put his hand and arm in just to cover it. He sounded serious. I exhaled the smoke and gestured for him to continue.
傷に触れられることについてだ。始まりがマヤだったと知っても、お前は傷が好きなのか？
That's a loaded question. Maya. The mere sound of her name brought me back to cold, hard reality. I didn't feel sick this time, but my brain refused to function. Nevertheless, I forced myself to speak.
あの女と傷とは別だ。傷は俺のもので、あの女のものじゃない。あんただってそうだろ。
Once I managed to get the words out, I fixed him with an inquiring look.
俺にとって傷は醜く忌むべきものだ。だが
I could see hesitation in his eyes, but then, with a laugh, he conceded and looked away.
お前は強いんだな。少なくとも強くあろうとしている。
負けたくない。
You almost did, though.
あ、
The conversation pettered out, and silence fell. I stared at the floor as I smoked, but then I remembered something and looked at him intently.
なんだ？
その、お前って言い方、そっちが素なのか。
Recently, I noticed that he had finally dropped the uppity lawyer act. But apparently, it was unintentional, because he looked at me in surprise.
戻ってたか。いつから？
He cupped the hand over his mouth and averted his gaze. I snickered. He cleared his throat, pointedly, then donned a very serious look on his face.
率直な感想を聞きたい。
About?
感想？
俺とのセックスは良かったか？
What the fuck? Okay. No, that I wasn't expecting, neither was I. I burst out laughing. Surely he could have come up with a better subject change than that, right? Then again, knowing him, he was probably dead serious about asking me.
何がおかしい？
I can't stop laughing. He scowled at me.
いや、あんたもそういうことが気になるんだな。
Right?
思考の結果を知りたいと思うのは当然の心理だろう。
Oh?
全然良くなかった。って言ったらどうするんだよ。
さらなる改善策を考えるまでだ。
Good grief. Unable to suppress my laughter, I stared at the floor and chuckled. Reading that, it made me think of like that gif of like the duck holding the cigarette where it's like shaking its head and stuff. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. Then, as he fell silent, I sensed his uncertainty and reined myself in.
それって改善策を俺に試すところまで考えてるってことか。俺とのセックスはこの一回きりじゃないって。
まだ感想を聞いていない。
He answered grumpily. Apparently this was his way of hiding his embarrassment.
感想ね。怖かった。
Fear glimmered in his eyes.
それは
気持ちよすぎて。
As he struggled to find his words, I shot him a teasing look.
痛みとは違う。今まで感じたことのない気持ちよさで狂うかと思った。
そうか。
He averted his eyes again. Perhaps he wasn't expecting me to go into that much detail. His cheeks looked a bit pink.
セックスの時に傷跡に触れられたり痛めつけられたりするのは最高に興奮する。けどあんたに入れられてからは正直全部どこかに飛んでた。そのくらい良かったよ。
At this, he hastily cleared his throat.
それならまあ成功したということか。それにしても本当にひどい状態だな。
何が？
その体だ。
ひどいのは元からだけ
ど。No.
古傷じゃない。新しい傷のことを言ってる。
あ
あ。Why did you say that like you just remembered? Cigarette between my lips, I looked down at my own body. The bruises from the grape feeding were now dark purple, and the cuts and scrapes were scabbed but swollen.
この部屋に救急箱はあるか？
ある。
I jerked my chin in the direction of the kit in the corner. He rose from the bed and retrieved it.
新しい傷の手当てをしておいた方がいい。
できるのか？
I smirked at him skeptically. Of course, I didn't really doubt him. I was there when he treated Taku and Ray.
簡単になるな。
He nodded without getting offended. I reached up, plucked the cigarette butt from my lips, and crushed it in the ashtray on the edge of the bed. You just have like an ashtray on the edge of your bed? Bro, what? And then he sat down next to me and set the first aid kit on his other side and held something out to me. It was the bunny toy he'd stolen from me, the one that belonged to Yuzuki Mei.
これを。
あんたの妹のだ。
あ、だがこれはお前が持っていた方がいい。いや、持っていてほしい。
For a brief moment, I hesitated. Then I reached out and wordlessly accepted the toy. With a relieved sigh, Fujieda took my arm and began the first aid process. He disinfected the wounds, applied gauze, and taped it to my skin. His every movement was confident. I watched him in silence as he worked.
念のため、後から村瀬先生に見てもらった方がいい。応急処置しかできないからな。
ああ。
Finally, he fitted a fresh eye patch over my right eye. Then he packed everything back into the first aid kit. Ripping my newly bandaged arm, I looked down at the toy he had returned to me.
ゆずきめいってのは妹の名前なんだよな。
あ、
名字が違うのは両親が離婚したのか？
いや、藤枝亮は偽名だ。
偽名？本名は？
We're here
柚
again.
木湊だ。
Yuzuki Minato. I thought of him as Fujieda for so long. It didn't feel right.
表向きには仕事用の名前だと言っているが、本当は両親と同じ姓を名乗りたくなかった。
No, that's understandable considering what they did.
俺は両親を憎んでいる。
He turned away, rubbing his arm with his other hand.
俺の体の傷は、
Oh,
両親の虐待によるものだ。お前たちがいなければもっと楽だった。お前たちを産んだのは間違いだった。両親からは常にそんな言葉をぶつけられた。
oh, I want to say some words.
結局、父親は外に女を作って出て行った。母親はますますおかしくなって、適当な理由をつけては俺たちをなぶった。特に妹への当たりが強く、俺は妹をかばった。そうすると母親が逆上して、虐待がどんどんエスカレートしていった。家を出ようかとも思ったが、妹を連れてどう生きていけばいいのか、俺には分からなかった。だから必死で耐え抜いて、中学を卒業してすぐにバイトを始めた。高校には行かなかった。とにかく金を貯めて、妹と家を出ようと思った。バイトを掛け持ちして、寝る間も惜しんで働いた。だがある日、バイトから帰ってくると、妹がいなかった。母親に聞こうと思ったら、やけに高級そうな服や化粧品を床に並べて笑ってたんだ。嫌な予感がして母親を問いただした。そうしたら、妹を里子に出したと。ウェブに妹の写真をアップして引き取り手を募集したそうだ。引き換えに金を手にしたと。
Fujieda was surely reliving it all in his mind as he spoke. His handsome features were twisted in pain, revealing his tightly gritted teeth.
俺はすぐに家を飛び出して妹を探した。ずっと貯めてきたバイト代を使ってとにかく探し回った。だが妹は見つからず、バイト代も底を尽きた。飲まず食わずだったから途中で意識を失って、ある女性に助けられた。その人はホストクラブのオーナーで、俺は彼女の店で働くことになった。
He donned a self-deprecating grin.
さまざまな客を相手にしながら、すべては金だと思い知らされた。だからのし上がってやろうと思った。そうすればすぐに妹を見つけることもできるだろうと。
それでホストから弁護士に転職したのか。
He nodded, his expression dark.
正しくは検察官だ。ホストで金払いのいい客をつなぎながら大学の卒業資格を取り、司法試験を受けて検察官になった。その方が情報を漁りやすいからな。だが検察官は個人で自由に動くことができない。だから1年で検察官を辞めて弁護士になった。実績を積むために他の弁護士が嫌がるような仕事を進んで引き受けた。暴力団の顧問弁護士とかな。それから妹が売られた時期を中心に未成年の失踪や誘拐があった地域を 徹底的に洗った。新興味はピックアップした地域のうちの一つで、特に可能性が高いと睨んでいた。高里組が幅を利かせているのは知っていたから、つてをたどって紹介してもらった。これが俺が新興味へ来た経緯だ。
After the long explanation, he let out a slow breath.
さっきも言ったが、俺は自分の体の傷を憎んでいた。両親につけられたひどく醜いものだと。だが初めてお前の体の傷跡を見たとき、心臓をわしづかみにされたような衝撃が走った。あの時は深く考えなかったが、今思えばあれはお前の傷跡が心底魅力的だと思った。だからこそ遠ざけようとした。俺たちはあまりにも近すぎて反発し合ったのかもしれないな。
I could see a hint of sadness in his faint smile. That said, I understood where he was coming from. When I saw his body, it made me curious to learn more. But he, on the other hand, wanted to get away. Also, he could remain Fujieda real.
俺はお前の傷跡を見た時からお前のことが気になってた。外見通りではない何かがあるんだろうって。
俺のこともユーフォリアとして欲望を知ろうと思ったことはあるのか？
I laughed and looked away.
あんたは外面と中身が違うんだろうとは思ったから。でもユーフォリアとして話す前にあんたのことが分かったからな。だからこうなってる。
そうだな。
He nodded, smiling. I stared into space.
俺はずっとなんとなくユーフォリアとして絵を描いているつもりだった。意味なんてなくて、ただそうしたいからしてるだけだって。でも本当は違った。
We never did figure out what that black painting was, huh?
すべてマヤの思惑通りだった。子供の頃、人が本音を吐き出すように誘導する話術を母親に叩き込まれたんだ。
誘導する話術？
ああ、信じられないだろ。生活の知恵でも教えるときみたいに繰り返し何度も。そうすればみんなが言うことを聞いてくれるようになるってことあるごとに語って聞かされた。過去を忘れてからも俺は無意識にその話術を使ってた。それだけじゃない。見えるんだ、人の煙が。
煙？
オーラみたいなものって言った方が分かりやすいか。感情や考えによって色や動きが変化する。それを見ながら相手の心情を予測して話すと思った通りになる。
それはいつから見えるようになったんだ？
わからない。物心ついた時にはもう見えてた。本当に見えてるのか、それとも幻を見ているのかはわからない。頭がおかしいって思うだろう。
He didn't deny it. No surprise there, in my opinion.
別に信じなくてもいい。俺はマヤから教わったことも含めて そういう異常なやり方でマヤと同じように人が心の奥に秘めている欲望を暴いて楽しんでた。知らないうちに俺はあの女と同じことをしてたんだ。
As I spoke, a lump of emotion welled up in my throat, and I pursed my lips. Fujieda averted his gaze pensively, then carefully began to speak.
おそらくお前は人が欲望に溺れる姿を見て自分と同じような人間がいると安心したかったんだろうな。
安心。
At this, I looked at him in confusion.
ああ、実の母親に道具として扱われて人の汚い欲望にまみれてすがりたいはずの親にそんなことをされたら子供は心を殺すしかない。
He smiled softly.
自分は道具としての価値しかないと思う一方でそういう人間は自分だけではないのだと。他にも自分と同じようにもがき苦しむ人間がいるのだと知りたかったんじゃないのか。あくまでも俺の解釈だから違うのかもしれないが、お前が傷を好むというより執着しているのも同じ理由であるように思う。
同じ理由。
さっきも言ったが、俺にとっては他人につけられた傷など意味嫌うものでしかなかった。それをお前は自分のものとして受け入れると言った。裏を返せば他人につけられた傷すらも受け入れることで自分の体が自分のものであると必死に主張しているように、俺にはそう感じられた。
His eyes were filled with affection and sadness as he gazed at me.
自分を痛めつけることでただの道具でしかない自分を叩き潰して否定しながら本当は自分を失うことを恐れているんじゃないか。
I couldn't argue with that. For that matter, I couldn't be sure whether he was right or wrong. But I didn't feel compelled to deny it.
俺という存在は全部あの女が作ったものだ。肉体も考え方も俺はそれに影響されてただけで、俺はあの女の所有物でただのものだった。
お前は今母親の呪縛から逃れて一歩を踏み出そうとしている。変わり始めている。今まではそうやって疑問に思い絶望することもなかったんだろう。だからこれ以上自分を否定する必要はない。ありきたりな言葉だがお前の人生はお前のものなんだ。
ああ。
I nodded and quietly closed my eye. Oddly enough, what he said just now put me at ease.
お前も自分ではどうしようもない境遇に生まれついた。それは理解しているし共感できる部分もある。だからなのかお前を見ているとなぜか自分を見ているような気分になる。俺には守るべき存在が妹がいたから生きる理由を見失わなかった。だがもし妹がいなかったらすべて生きようと
Oops.
思えなかったかもしれない。だから 今はお前のことを憎いとは思わない。それより
He faltered, his expression hesitant.
何と言ったらいいかわからないな。
傷の舐め合い。
I murmured, opening my eye. He looked at me dubiously.
違うか。
From the moment I first laid eyes on Fujieda, I was sure that we'd be incompatible. But as it turned out, we had more in common than I ever would have imagined. He didn't have to say a word. One look at the scars on his body and it was plain to see. So the magnetic force pulling us together was, in a sense, a desire to commiserate. He remained silent for a long moment, then slowly began to speak.
否定はできない。確かにその意味合いを含んでいるだろう。だがそれだけで終わるつもりはない。傷を舐め合い認め合ってさらにその先へ行く。傷を舐め合う相手がいるなら認め合うこともできるし、いずれ支え合いにも変えられるはずだ。単なる言い換えだと言われればそうなんだが、舐め合いよりも支え合いと呼んだ方が前へ進めそうな気がしないか。
I was stunned. Not only that, but the soft smile on my lips felt so natural.
俺とあんたが支え合い？
不本意か。
いや。
Lightly, I shook my head.
少し前までどっちかというと殴り合いの関係だったのにな。
何も知らなかったんだ。仕方がない。
殴り合い、舐め合い、認め合い、支え合いか。
Sounds very much like an enemies to lovers kind of situation. Well, enemies to friends to lovers kind of situation.
言いたいことがあるなら言え。
He frowned at me. Apparently he thought I was being skeptical.
それはあんたが俺と支え合う関係を望んでるってことでいいのか。
At this, his eyes widened ever so slightly. When eventually, something akin to bashfulness crept up on his face.
もちろんお前の意思は尊重する。お前が嫌でなければだが。
This man was such an enigma. He was conscientious to a fault and sometimes inelegant in his methods, an insufferable know-it-all who so often stumbled at the most crucial moments. At his core, he was just as was he just a hopeless idiot? With this thought, I gave him my answer, in the form of a light kiss. He looked at me in surprise, then his eyes softened.
乗ってやるよ。
Humor. Okay.
ずいぶん上からだな。
あんたほどじゃない。
He chuckled and looked at me. I gazed back at him with a conspiratorial grin. Aw. Honestly, this entire route was like a fucking roller coaster. Holy shit. After I finished having a smoke, Fujieda and I sat down on the sofa and discussed my past. Wait, who sent the box? I showed him the contents of the package I was sent along with the bunny toy. He held the photo of the dark painting in one hand and the torn record entry in the other, scrutinizing them intently.
そもそもこの荷物は一体誰が送ってきた？
That's what I want to know. Who sent this? If not Fujieda, then who? Just then I heard a cell phone buzz. Fujieda rose to his feet and retrieved his phone. Must have been an email or a text message. Instantly, his expression hardened.
高里組が襲撃を受けたらしい。
And?
襲撃？
ああ、遠野と榊が行方不明とのことだ。
He put his phone back into his bag and pulled on his jacket. Just like that, he was back in lawyer mode.
状況確認をするために部屋へ戻る。また連絡する。
Bye.
Ah.
Carrying his bag, he walked to the door and paused and looked over his shoulder.
ちゃんと服を着ろよ。
That serious comment, he straightened up and strolled briskly from the room. Funny to think that I despised that same arbor of his just a few short hours ago. With that thought, I gazed at the closed door and let out a small sigh. After Fujieda left, I got dressed at his request, then dozed off on the sofa. For once, I slept like a log without any disturbing dreams, and I didn't need the sleeping pills either.
おい、とわ、おい。
I felt someone shaking me and opened my eye. Taku peered at me with a concerned look on his face.
なんだこれは。何があったんだ。
Well, I pushed myself up and looked around the room. It reeked of paint thinner, and the canvases were still strewn around everywhere, so it was really no surprise that he was alarmed.
死のうとした。
Yeah. Sleepily, I rubbed my eye with one hand.
なんだって。
He looked back at me with a deep frown.
けど、やめた。
ずいぶん軽いな。
Yeah.
いつものことだろ。
さすがにここまでしたことはなかっただろう。
そうかもな。
To me, it didn't matter anymore. As I bit back a yawn, I belatedly I belatedly realized he was staring at me in shock. There we go.
なんだよ。
いや、何かあったのか。
何が？
雰囲気が違うぞ。
Hmm?
雰囲気？
普段はもっと思想の一歩手前みたいな顔をしてるだろう。
ひどいな。
今日は少し顔色がよく見えるな。何かうまいものでも食べたか？
Heavens, no. At last, I finally understood what he was getting at. I grinned.
まあ、いろいろ。
At this, Taku did a double take, blinking in confusion.
それよりお前、その怪我もこの部屋の状況と関係があるのか？どうしたんだ一体？
ちょっと。
ちょっとどころじゃないだろう。簡単な手当てはしてあるようだが、一応見せてみろ。
それより休館続きって何かあったのか？
I vaguely remembered Ray mentioning something along those lines the last time he came by. Annoyed by the change of subject, Taku reluctantly answered.
高里組が襲撃を受けたって話聞いてないか？昨晩から怪我人がこっちにも搬送されてきてるんだよ。手伝ってもらおうと思ったんだが、お前まで怪我人とはな。おとなしく休んでろ。
With that, he rushed out of the room. Let's see, investigating the Takasato office attack, special feature is the Takasato Gumi curse with bad luck, who will be the savior of Shinko Ume. let's see. Several people were killed and many wounded in the latest attack. However, say the culprit was a large man dressed in black who injured. Okay. So Madarame was successful. At lunchtime, Taku brought Ray up to my apartment with him. The instant Ray walked in, his eyes widened in horror.
やだ。何これ。すっごい匂い。何があったのよ。
死のうとしたんだと。
はあ？ちょっととは平気なの？
あ。
I nodded. Then he tilted his head in visible confusion.
とはちょっと雰囲気が変わったんじゃない？何かあった？
Is this going to be a recurring thing?
やっぱりそう思うよな。
Oh my god, everybody's going to be like, you seem different. Stop. Taku nodded as he retrieved the first aid kit.
やだ。すっごい気になるじゃない。何なの？
なんでもない。
嘘でしょ。
Ray shot back indignantly. Beside him, Taku started treating my wounds.
いろいろ気になるところだが、部屋の片付けを頼めるか。俺もトアの処置が終わったら手伝う。もちろんトアもだぞ。
ってそうよ。昼休みがなくなっちゃうわ。もうほんとオイル臭い。
Ray rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the mess of canvases.
これ、お前がやったんじゃないよな。
Taku peered intently at the bandages on my body.
ああ。
しっかりと処置されてる。これなら俺がやり直さなくてもいいだろう。
With that, he set the first aid kit on the coffee table and walked off to go help Ray. I looked down at the bandages Fujieda applied. Frankly, I was impressed with his handiwork. After that, Taku and Ray called me over to come help with the cleanup. By the time we finished, though we couldn't completely erase the turpentine smell, lunch was nearly over.
一応なんとかなったわね。
Ray let out a sigh of relief while Taku sat slumped in the chair, exhausted. I'd done a fair bit of work myself, so I reclined on the sofa and had a smoke.
とは冷蔵庫にご飯入れておいたから時間があるときに食べてね。
わかった。
ねえ。
Summoning his resolve, Ray looked at us.
高里組を襲撃したのってやっぱりあいつかしら。
Most definitely.
確かにある人物じゃないかとは言われてるが。
それって
最近幽霊だなんだと噂になってる男だ。
As he massaged his... Can I say it together? His shoulder with one hand, Taku shot a sidelong glance at me. I exhaled cigarette smoke without responding, then looked at Ray.
レイ、榊から連絡はあったか？
He looked at me in surprise, then stared down awkwardly at his feet.
榊さん、襲撃があってから行方不明なんでしょ？連絡してみる？
Yeah.
いや、いい。連絡があったら教えてくれ。
わかった。
He nodded fretfully.
と、お前はどうなんだ？部屋もひどいありさまで怪我もしてるし、また悪夢を見たりしたのか？
特には。
本当か？
あ。
Taku looked at me suspiciously.
あの洋館で何をしてたのか、何があったのか、思い出した。
Instantly, their expressions shifted.
何？
過去思い出したの？
ああ。いつかはこうなるってこと、分かってただろ。
Taku looked away, his brow furrowed deeply.
平気なのか？何か不調が起きたりは？
前と変わらないな。
本当か？
あ、
I nodded insistently. He still didn't look convinced, but he sighed and lowered his gaze.
そうか。
To me, his low voice sounded a tiny bit relieved. Then he raised his head and looked at Ray.
さ、そろそろ下へ戻るぞ。
え、でも。
ほら、行った行った。
Ray frowned reluctantly as Taku shooed him toward the exit. He then looked over his shoulder at me.
とは、もし何かあったら、すぐ呼べよ。
I nodded, and the two of them left the room. Fujieda returned to my apartment around 3 p.m. He walked right up to me as I sat on the sofa and explained the details surrounding the Takasato attack. It was basically the same conversation I had had with Taku and Ray, except Fujieda appeared to have more to say.
何か分かったのか？
ああ、マヤが入院していた新興味総合病院を調べたところ、当時マヤの担当だった看護師がまだ勤務していることが分かった。その看護師に話を聞きに行こうかと思ったんだが、長谷川さんのことを思うとな。
His expression clouded over.
うかつに接触するわけにはいかないだろう。
そうだな。
Fujieda had tried to protect Hasegawa by sending her to a hospital on the mainland, but in the end she died regardless. And the Takasatogumi were probably keeping tabs on this nurse too. Right as a heavy silence was settling in, the door opened and Taku peeked in.
とは、どうだ調子は。
Then he saw Fujieda and frowned. Fujieda inclined his head in a wordless greeting.
また何かあったのか。ええ。
Just then, his face lit up with some sort of idea, and he looked at Taku.
村瀬先生。ん？お知り合いに新興味総合病院に勤めている方はいらっしゃいませんか？
Sudden question put Taku on guard. He stared back dubiously, then nodded.
まあ、いるにはいるが。キーさんという女性の看護師に会いたいのですが、ご存知ですか？うん。キーさんはマヤさんの担当だったそうですね。
Mm-hmm. Taku fixed Fujieda with a hard, silent look. He didn't say a word about Hasegawa's death, but he didn't need to. It was written all over his face.
ええ、わかっています。なので、私たちが動くわけにはいかないと思い、どうしようかと。
Taku averted his gaze pensively and looked back at Fujieda.
俺が聞いてこよう。いいんですか？俺ならそれほど怪しまれることなく、キーさんと会うことができる。でも、なぜ急に？
I, too, was puzzled by Taku's proposal. All this time, he was staunchly opposed to me investigating my past. So, why did he suddenly feel like cooperating?
とはが、過去を思い出したと。
He glanced at me sadly.
それなら、隠し通す必要もない。いずれ、知れることだ。
Yeah.
わかりました。それでは、お願いできますか？ああ。
Taku nodded and pulled his phone out of the pocket of his white lab coat.
キーさん、村瀬です。お久しぶりです。今は大丈夫ですか？ええ、実は。
Then, after a brief exchange, he hung up.
すぐに行けば時間が取れるそうだ。 同行しても病院の前までで構いません。
わかった。車で行くぞ。
Muttering brusquely. Taku left the room. Pretend I said it right. I looked up at the clock on the wall. If we left right now, we probably wouldn't make it back in time for the start of the evening appointments. And yet Taku was willing to help us anyway.
準備があるだろう。先に外へ行っている。
With that, Fujieda left the room too. I rose from the sofa and headed to the bathroom. I washed my face and gazed at the last remaining fragments of the mirror. Oh, he's tilted this time. This face held vestiges of Maya. But now I could accept it without getting emotional. I felt inclined to start singing. Oh god, I hate it when I do that. I gazed at myself for a long moment, then stepped out of the bathroom. I got dressed, pulled on my coat, and left the apartment. Downstairs, I left the building through the front entrance. Squinting in the bright light of the pale sky, I realized all those persistent symptoms I'd endured were gone now. Externally, my wounds still ached, but on the inside, I felt fine. Meanwhile, Taku and Fujieda were already waiting for me in the car. I walked over and hopped into the back seat. Does this mean he can eat normally now? Oh no. At Shinkoumi General Hospital, Taku parked the car in an alley nearby and hopped out. Likewise, Fujieda and I followed suit. I thought you were gonna stay in the car. Then Taku headed off to the hospital to meet with Ki. The building was several times bigger than our puny clinic. Together, Fujieda and I leaned against the alley wall and gazed at it.
記憶が戻ったことを話したんだな。
ああ。
その後、体調はどうだ？特に大きな変化はないのか？
I don't feel sickly.
ない。
それならよかった。
He let out a sigh of relief. The conversation pettered out, and silence fell. 30 minutes later, Taku returned.
聞いてきたぞ。
He walked up to us with a sour look on his face.
キーさんの様子は？
Fujieda took a step forward as he spoke.
普通だったな。長谷川さんのように怯えていることもなかった。どうして今さらそんなことを聞くのかって顔はしていた。
それは当然そう思うでしょうね。
ただ知っていることはほとんどないそうだ。聞けたのはマヤさんの入院中身の回りの世話をしている男がいたってことと、マヤさんはよく日記をつけていたと。
Hmm.
日記。
A guy? Who would it be? The first thing that came to mind was the torn paper sent to me in that cardboard box.
身の回りの世話をしていた男というのは？
年は40前後で堂々としていて物腰が丁寧な男だったらしい。
SAKAKI?
仙台組長。高里龍次郎ではなく？
違うだろうな。マヤさんに対して敬語で常に敬意を払っているようだったと。
SAKAKI?
榊か。
So SAKAKI sent the box to him. Why? Why would he want him to remember? What is his...
かもしれん。
What's his end goal?
日記は今はどこに？
それもわからないと言っていた。聞けたのはこのくらいだ。
ありがとうございます。
例よりこのことは他言無用だ。キーさんを守りたければな。
Fujieda nodded stiffly.
それじゃ俺はクリニックへ戻るが、お前たちはどうする？寄りたいところがあるので、ここで。わかった。くれぐれも妙な動きはするなよ。
So all this was started because of Sakaki.
わかっています。
Why? He showed a hard look at us as a final warning, then got back into his car. Engine roared to life, and he drove off.
榊に連絡してみるか。
I pulled my phone from my coat pocket and dialed Ray's number.
トア、どうしたの？
榊に連絡してほしい。
いいけど、何かあったの？
I got some questions.
頼む。榊がどこにいるのか知りたい。
わかった。かけ直すからちょっと待ってて。
With that, he hung up on me. I waited for a while, and sure enough, he called back.
つながったわ。居場所も聞き出した。今から位置情報を送るから一緒に行きましょう。
The call ended, and then I got a message containing GPS coordinates. Wait. I'm sorry.
榊がどこにいるかわかった。
I'll try to think while I go through it. So, he sent him the box. The GPS indicated a residential area in District C, which means he knew he would go after Asakura Ikuina, easily within walking distance, and Hirihara, the brothers. Well, obviously one of them is no longer here, but yeah. Means he knew he would go after them, which made it easy to pick them off. What did he do all of this for? We arrived at an upper-class condo building. I knew for a fact that this wasn't Sakaki's primary residence, so apparently he had a few. When we got there, we found Ray standing out front. Fujieda chose to wait outside, so Ray and I headed in without him. Which is smart, probably. Ray entered the room number on the keypad, and the automatic door slid open. From there, we took the elevator to the 3rd floor, then walked down the hallway to the door at the very end. Ray looked at me anxiously. With a nod, he pressed the doorbell. The door opened, and a deeply fatigued Sakaki peeked out. I'd never seen him so drained before. He looked at me and narrowed his eyes sharply.
ええ、まずかったかしら。
いや、構わねえ。入れ。
With that, he stepped away from the door. Ray and I exchanged a wordless glance, then walked in.
ちょっとそこの部屋で待っててくれねえか。
Oh god. Sakaki pointed to a room, then walked off down the hall. The two of us did as instructed. The room was furnished with a sofa and coffee table, but they looked brand new and practically unused. A dense silence descended as we waited for him to return. Then the door opened. Ray blinked in surprise. EIJI?
トワさん、レイさん、こんにちは。
Oh, what's gonna happen? I frowned at the unexpected guest. Hey, what was EIJI doing here? He walked over to us casually, almost like we were at roost.
なんでお前がここにいるんだって思ってます？僕、一応榊さんの子分ですから、ね。
He crouched down and slid his backpack to the floor. Then he unzipped it and started digging through it. I do too. I do too. I glanced at Ray, who was watching EIJI carefully.
トワさん、 見てください。これ。
Oh, no. No. He straightened up, his tone jarringly cheerful for the occasion. When I looked at him, I saw he was wearing a gas mask.
これかっこよくないですか？友達がカスタムしたやつなんですけど、あんまりかっこよかったんで買い取ったんですよ。一点物なんです。
そうか。
でもこういうのってなかなか使う機会がないんですよね。だから使うなら今だと思って持ってきたんです。
どういう意味だ？
こういう意味です。とは逃げて。
Instinctively, Ray shoved Eiji away. At the same time, Eiji pulled the pin on the canister in his hands. A grenade? I shielded my nose and mouth with my coat sleeve, but it was too late. The pungent chemical smell stung my eyes and throat, and I started coughing hard. Tears streamed unbidden from my eye, blurring my vision. Then my legs gave out, and I fell to my knees. Likewise, Ray was on the floor coughing. I couldn't breathe. My lungs spasmed, desperate for oxygen, but my breaths were growing shallow. My vision doubled, tripled, quadrupled, until eventually I didn't see anything at all. Eiji, you're supposed to be the real one. I could feel someone dragging my body, but I didn't have the strength to fight it. They stuffed me into a cramped space. The area started to vibrate, and after that, I felt weightless, like I was being carried away. A car. Apparently, they were driving me somewhere. Through my hazy vision, I could vaguely see Eiji waving at me with a smile.
平気ですか？手荒なことしちゃってごめんなさい。
なんでお前。
無理に喋らない方がいいですよ。体動かないでしょ。
His tone was perfectly casual.
せっかくだしネタバラシしちゃいますね。実は僕ずっと前から榊さんの計画のことを知ってたんです。
Okay.
計画。
ねえ、榊さんずっと前からある計画を実行していたんですよ。その話を聞かせてもらって面白いなって。
Okay.
それで榊さんに協力してたんです。僕新公民に戻ってきたまだらめさんのことも知ってたんですけど。
So wait, was he not really actually part of... Because I remember in Madarame's room, he was like, oh yeah, I knew, and whatnot. And he just went along with it. Because in Madarame's, Sakaki and Tono were taken out. Okay, so I'm guessing this is kind of like a...
榊さんに死なれたら困るじゃないですか。面白くなくなって。だからまだらめさんが高里組を襲撃するって情報を教えてあげたんです。
But you were more than happy to follow along in Madarame's route. What changed?
お前、まだらめとも組を裏切ってたのか。
厳密にはちょっと違いますね。
With a meaningful smile, he pressed his index finger to his lips.
僕は高里組に雇われてはいましたけど、忠誠を誓っていたわけではないですから。ただいろいろと面白くなればいいなって。
There was a pregnant pause, and then he continued.
僕ね、この新興味が心底本当に大好きなんです。
Okay.
こんなに何でもありでカオスになりながらもそれなりのルールで動いてる街って他にあります？
Okay.
この街は細い針の上でフラフラと揺れながら立ってるみたいに危うい均衡を保ち続けている不思議な街なんです。こんなの作ろうと思ってもなかなか作れませんよ。
Okay.
だから僕、この街をできるだけ守りたいんです。そのままの状態でね。高里組だとか本土だとか僕にとってはどうでもいい。大事なのは新興味が新興味であるということ、それだけなんです。でもね、
If only you could see my reaction. It was like I got shot. Oh my god. I was like, oh, I didn't expect it. He pulled off his headwear, and for the first time, I got a clear look at his face. He does have a pretty eye color, I will say that. But despite his toothy grin, I could see an eerie glint in his eyes.
この街をここまで面白くしたのって誰なのか知ってます？マヤさんなんですよ。
Dear God.
それがあったから僕は榊さんの計画に協力することにしたんです。
So what's the secret plan?
第二のマヤさんが現れたらこの街は一体どうなるんだろうって。
It's like the game heard my wishes where I was like, we've never seen his eyes. And they're like, here you go. God, he's insane. And I love it. Holy. I'm so for it. The second advent of Maya.
榊さんの言いつけでトワさんのこともずっと見守ってましたよ。日頃のトワさんの言動を榊さんへ定期的に報告してましたし。
No wonder he was a real one. Desperately, I struggled to stay conscious, but my heavy eyelid refused to stay open. I had hit my limit.
トワさん、僕楽しみにしてますから。
That was the last thing I heard before I descended into the darkness. The instant I opened my eye, the intense pain made me wince. I sputtered and gasped for breath. My nose and throat ached, and my eye was watery and sore. Enduring the pain, I sat up and looked around. I tried to stand, but my body wouldn't move. My hands were tied up. The smell of dust and mold clogged my nostrils. Just then, a blinding flash stole my vision. The light stabbed into my eye, and I squeezed it shut on reflex. Then it was gone again. Slowly, I opened my eye and looked around. I recognized this room. The giant bed, the old-fashioned light fixture hanging from the ceiling, all of it. This was the room that haunted me in my dreams. The room where I spent my childhood. And the room where I remembered everything. As I zoned out, I heard what sounded like a loudspeaker crackle to life. Hell no. My heart nearly burst through my ribcage. My vision warped, and I nearly forgot to breathe. That voice. It was. All at once, my body broke out in a cold sweat, and my limbs went numb. I couldn't breathe. My vision flashed and went dark. Oh, she's talking about that one and touching us. Ooh. Okay.
はい。何を書いてるの？絵です。絵を描くのが好きなのね。はい。
Stop. Please, stop. The look of absolute terror on his face just pulls at my heartstrings, man. All I could do was gasp for breath. I couldn't move. I was powerless. Powerless.
ハルト、新しいお友達よ。はあ、お名前は？メイです。
Oh hell.
ハルト、仲良くしてあげてね。はい。ハルト、お客様よ。はあ、ハルト、大丈夫よ。ハルト、大丈夫。さあ。はい。
Oh my. Just stop, please. No, no, no. Just then I heard footsteps close by.
思い出したか。
Yes. Next thing I knew, Sakaki was standing beside me. Trembling in the agony, I looked up at him.
今の声は生前に録音したマヤとお前の記録だ。
Instead of looking at me, he faced forward as he spoke.
お前はマヤの生まれ変わりなんだ。とは。過去に関係するものをお前に送りつけたのは、お前のところに最初の荷物が届いた日は、お前がユーフォリアとして初めて人を殺した日だったんだよ。
どういうことだ？
お前が直接手を下していなくとも、お前と接触したせいでユーフォリアの相手が死んだ。これはお前がマヤになる大きな一歩を踏み出したということだ。
Aw. His lips curled in a thin smile as he made this solemn declaration.
マヤの命日を前にして、俺は賭けをすることにした。お前が荷物の意味に気づいて、自分から過去を求めるなら、計画を進めようと。
計画？
第二のマヤを誕生させる計画だ。
Was this what EIJI was talking about back in the car? Slowly, Sakaki turned to look at me. His eyes were utterly devoid of emotion. His smoke showed no signs of life.
もしお前が荷物に気づかなければ、俺は何もせずに手を引くつもりだった。だが、俺は半ば確信していた。お前が過去に関わるものを目にしたとき、動かずにはいられないだろうと。そして、お前は本当にマヤの予言通りに動いた。やはり、マヤの言うことは絶対なんだよ。お前はマヤの分身だからな。当然といえば当然の結果だろう。実際、お前は荷物の中に入っていた日記の紙片を見て、生稲、朝倉、桐原と自分の関係性に気づいた。この計画は、お前が自分で過去を思い出さなければ、何の意味もないものだった。マヤは、お前自身の意志で、マヤと同じ道を歩むことを望んでいたからだ。ずっと、俺はこの時を待っていた。
Sakaki's voice grew loud and emotional as his grin widened.
お前に送りつけた紙片は、 マヤの日記の一部だ。特にお前の興味を引くであろう部分、お前の体に残る大きな傷跡について書かれたページを選んだ。お前が過去を思い出すまで静観するつもりだった。だが想定外の存在が現れた。藤枝だ。
He spat the name out, his eyes glinting darkly.
あいつは行方不明の妹を探しているうちにマヤとお前にたどり着いたらしいな。妹はマヤが店で扱っていた商品の一人だったんだろうくらいに思ってた。
Oh, this music is a little bit of a banger, hey.
もしあいつがお前の邪魔をするようならすぐにでも排除しようと思ってもいた。だがあいつもお前が過去を思い出すことを望んだ。それはそれでいいだろうと思っていたら、よりにもよってあの悪魔メイの兄だということが分かった。
His voice and expression were both dripping with contempt.
だったら生かしておく必要はねえからな。殺そうとしたんだ。
Suddenly, he regained his usual composure and smiled faintly.
マヤの音声記録はまだある。続きを聞こうじゃないか。
やめろ。
But he ignored me and started tapping on his cell phone.
あなたには私のすべてを伝えようと思っていたの。
As soon as the voice left the speaker and reached my ears, a skull-splitting headache set in. I struggled to breathe. The room began to spin.
でも悲しいことに邪悪な存在があなたの心をかき乱した。あの少女メイよ、彼女は本当に邪悪だった。私はすぐに彼女をあなたから引き離したわ。その方が彼女のためにもいいと思ったの。邪悪な心と体から解き放たれた方が彼女自身も楽になるだろうって。でも遅かった。あなたの魂は彼女によって邪悪に染まり、私にも悪意を受けるようになった。ハルト、どうか思い出して。私とあなたが望めば、この世のありとあらゆるものは私たちの思い通りになる。人の心はとても柔らかくて、一握りの砂のようなものなの。だから触れるときには気をつけなければいけない。でも私たちがうまく触れれば思う通りの形になる。そうすれば何でもできる。砂遊びだと考えれば簡単よ。無数に存在している砂を好きなようにこねて自分の気に入った形にするだけ。もし気に入らなければ潰してしまえばいい。ただ砂が崩れて消えるだけだもの。本当に簡単なのよ。潰された砂だっていつまでもこねくり回されているより解放された方が早く楽になれる。不幸になる人なんていない。みんなが幸せになれる方法なの。私はあなたにもその幸せを知ってほしかった。私のように。でも 私から離れれば自由になれると思い込んでしまったため、かわいそうな子。だから私は最後に榊にお願いをしたの。私の代わりにあの子に本当の幸せを教えてほしいと。あなたが無事に第二の私になれるようにとお願いしたのよ。本当は私もそばにいたかったけれど、悔しいことだ。もう時間がないの。だから空の向こうからあなたを見守っているわ。大丈夫よ、大丈夫。心配しないで。すべていい方向へ向かう。あなたならできる。何も怖くないわ。
Brainwashing shit.
私の可愛いハルト、どうか幸せになってて。私とあなたで喜びよ。
Nothingness. Emptiness. Everythingness. Sorry. It felt like my entire identity had been erased in an instant.
今聞いた通りだ。すべての元凶は柚木芽衣、藤枝の妹だ。
Sakaki grumbled bitterly.
あの娘はお前に邪悪な欲望を吹き込み、挙句の果てにマヤに歯向かうという悪魔の意志まで植え付けていった。お前がマヤよりも先にメイを思い出してしまうのはまずかった。お前にとってメイよりもマヤの存在が大きくなきゃいけなかったからな。
俺がメイを思い出すとマヤへの憎しみも思い出すからか。
そんなことあっちゃならないんだ。お前は未だにあの悪魔の毒に蝕まれてるんだよ。
This is honestly the most emotion I've ever heard out of Sakaki's voice actor. Suddenly, Sakaki started screaming. But after a moment, he regained his eerily calm demeanor once more.
だからずっと藤枝を監視していた。長谷川に接触したと知った時は少し焦ったよ。あの女はメイを知っているからな。すぐに用済みになったから始末したが、こうも考えた。メイの記憶には必ずマヤがついて回る。切り離すことはできない。それならいっそのことをどっちでもいいからさっさと思い出した方がいいとな。
生稲、朝倉、桐原もあんたの仕業か。
ああ、まあ殺さなくてもよかったんだがちょっとした演出だ。衝撃的な方がより因縁めいたものを感じるだろう。藤枝もお前もそれで諦めるような玉じゃねえだろうしな。探していた相手が次々と死んでいくなんてな、なかなか熱い展開だろう。むしろ燃え上がっちまったんじゃねえか。
It was twisted. He chuckled gleefully, then spread his arms out passionately.
マヤはな、本当にすごい人間だった。完璧だったんだよ。人を魅了する天才でな。自分の美貌や言葉、仕草、呼吸の一つまで 相手にどんな風に伝わるかを全て分かってやがった。それでいて野心家だった。自分の望みを叶えるためならどんなことでもやった。無論殺しもだ。親父の女になってからは高里組の人間だろうとなんだろうと邪魔になったら殺した。一切の迷いもためらいもなく。そりゃあ見事な手腕だったよ。だがこのことはごく一部の人間しか知らなかった。俺にはな、マヤが直々に話してくれたんだ。俺が信頼できる人間だと最初から見抜いてたと言ってな。マヤは本当に周りをよく見ていた。俺は昔からこいつはただものじゃねえと思ってた。マヤがいなくなっちまった途端、新興味はダメになった。方針をめぐって組でも抗争が起きた。本当にマヤはすごい女だったんだよ。
随分な入れ込みようだな。
Mm-hmm. Struggling to breathe, I glared up at him, my lips curled in a sneer.
マヤと寝たのか？
I want to know that too, actually. Instantly, his expression changed.
見くびるんじゃねえ。マヤはそんな安い女じゃねえんだ。
All you had to do was say yes or no.
ただひたすら神々しいんだ。全てにおいて完璧だった。俺は陰でずっとマヤのために働いていた。マヤがどこまで上り詰めるのか、それを見届けたかったんだ。それはもう叶わねえ願いだと思ってたんだが、今はお前がいる。お前の生き方はマヤそっくりだ。
Smiling, he looked at me.
とは俺の願いを叶えてくれ。マヤのように。マヤはお前が殺したも同然なんだぞ。お前に拒否する権利はねえ。
Oh, so it is kind of like what I theorized. She was trying to get away from her. She wasn't having it. And so, because of the tussle, they fell down the stairs.
俺が殺した？
そのことはまだ思い出してねえのか？
Wasn't important. He fixed me with a sympathetic frown. Then the smile returned.
マヤはお前が殺したんだ。
As far as I knew, my mother died falling down a flight of stairs.
お前が突き落としたんだよ。
I don't think it's like that. I pushed her?
思い出したか？だからお前がマヤにならなきゃならねえんだ。
What? My vision pitched sideways. I lost my balance and put a hand to the floor to catch myself. Sweat dripped down my forehead. Just then, something flashed through my mind. An image of my mother chasing me with an... Ooh! Her expression downright demonic rage. It was after I found out the true significance of May's disappearance. The second I rebelled against her, she attacked me. So I fled down the hallway, running. Ahead of me, the floor seemed to vanish into thin air. No, it was just a staircase. I didn't have time to think. I looked over my shoulder. Ah! In a desperate panic, I grabbed her by the wrist and tugged. Then I pushed her toward the stairs. That single moment was burned into my retina like a painting frozen in time. my mother's face just before she fell. In her widened eyes, I could see my own warped reflection. It's okay. It's okay. My mother's voice reverberated in my head. It's not scary. It's not scary at all. But it's your fault. It's your fault I died. Oh, it's okay, just make it up to me. You'll take over. So yeah, it was pretty much like I theorized. He caused her to fall. But I said he also fell too. Did he do that to himself? Sakaki laughed and exclaimed in sheer delight. I don't think that's how that works. Doesn't work like that. As I lay curled on the floor, he grabbed me by the arm and hauled me out. I tried to shake him off, but my body was too weak. I couldn't fight it with my vision spinning out of control. He started to drag me off. Just then, a sharp, icy voice rang out. He's here for me. I looked up and squinted through my fuzzy vision until the figure came into focus. It was Fujieda.
トアから離れろ。どうしてここに？お前の車がエートックの方へ走っていくのを見て、おそらくこの館へ向かっているのだろうと予測した。
Fujieda looked at me.
泉君は無事だ。村瀬先生のところへ連れて行った。
Oh, thank God. Sakaki clicked his tongue and withdrew a gun from his jacket. Damn! Reflexively, Fujieda hit the floor, dodging the bullet. As he tried to get up, however, Sakaki pointed the gun at him. Before he could fire a second shot, I grabbed the hand that was holding my arm and pulled him sideways as hard as I could. The gunshot rang out. Fujieda clutched his shoulder and winced. You're really gonna fight him with your hands? He jumped to his feet and charged at Sakaki. His fist collided with Sakaki's face. With one hand still gripping my arm, Sakaki attempted to aim the gun with the other. Shouting, I tackled him. Hell yeah, work together. He staggered, and the two of us tumbled to the floor. Meanwhile, Fujieda ran in and grabbed his gun hand. When Fujieda swung his other fist, Sakaki pulled his hand away from me in order to block it. Gripping each other's arms, they glared at each other at point-blank range. As he screamed, Sakaki shook out of Fujieda's grasp. And then he used his free hand to punch Fujieda right in the gun. Ooh, right in the gunshot. Ooh. Every punch made Fujieda wince and recoil. For a split second, his grip on Sakaki's gun had loosened. Sakaki used this opportunity to bash Fujieda in the face with his gun. No! As Fujieda staggered, Sakaki raised the gun. You have to jump in the way, man. You got to. Save him! Using every last ounce of strength, I lunged for Sakaki again. Third bullet sliced through empty air. Sakaki fell back to the floor. He pushed me off, his expression tinged with fury. This was Fujieda's chance, and he took it. He grabbed Sakaki's gun hand, then used his free hand to punch him in the face. Again. But the pain of the gunshot seemed to be taking its toll. His complexion was pale, and his breathing was ragged. Out of nowhere, Sakaki reached back into his jacket and pulled out a knife. Gasping in surprise, Fujieda barely managed to jump backwards in time to dodge. Yeah. Ooh! Sakaki swung the knife and Fujieda recoiled. However, don't forget about the gun. Fujieda froze and I looked over his shoulder in alarm. Sakaki had backed him right to the edge of the staircase. Oh no. Is that why he started brandishing a knife out of nowhere? Fujieda's heel began to slip, and he reached for the handrail. With a smug sneer, Sakaki pointed the barrel of the gun at Fujieda's forehead. Oh. Screaming, I leapt into action. I got to my feet and charged at Sakaki. Startled, he whirled around, and a gunshot rang out. He must have pulled the trigger on reflex. The bullet grazed my right arm. The searing pain spread through me, and the wound began to throb. Flustered, Sakaki walked over to me while keeping the gun trained on Fujieda. With his left hand, he tossed the knife and grabbed my right arm. Ooh. Why is he breathing like that? Fujieda started to walk but froze, glaring at Sakaki.
面白い話をしてやろう。お前の妹を殺したのは俺だ。
Oh no. Don't go to a blind rage now. Fujieda's eyes widened in shock.
殺すように指示したのはマヤだがな。お前の妹は悪魔の化身だ。永遠を誘惑しようとした。だから殺したのは正しかった。
Why is he breathing like that? No.
お前も同じ場所へ行きたいだろう。行かせてやるぞ。今すぐにでもな。
With a sly grin, Sakaki looked at me, then gestured to Fujieda with the gun.
こいつを助けたいか。だったらマヤになることを受け入れろ。そうすれば助けるどころか今度は殺さずに済むぞ。マヤのようにな。10秒の猶予をやる。10、9、8。
And gritting my teeth, I glared back at him.
とは
Yeah. Fujieda called to me from the stairs. I could tell from the firm light in his eyes that he was trying to tell me something.
お前はユーフォリアだ。
He spoke slowly, meaningfully, as he gazed at me.
何を言うのかと思ったら当たり前のことを。
Sakaki rolled his eyes and shook his head in a dramatic display of annoyance. But he was wrong. Fujieda meant something a little different. And I understood him perfectly.
ほら、もう後がないぞ。3、2、
EIJI! H! EIJI! I stared at the floor in silence.
終わりだ。あばよ、先生。
Then slowly, I looked up. Hey.
大丈夫。
At this, Sakaki froze.
大丈夫。
I spoke softly with a smile.
そんなことをしなくても、すべて、うまくいく。
He looked at me in disbelief. His lips trembled.
もう、大丈夫。何もかも、私に任せればいい。
Got him.
大丈夫。
Okay.
すべて、任せて。
I was wondering where the second one was.
お前、本当に。
What Sakaki wants is Maya. Okay. Ooh. Okay, a little bonus.
マヤ、
はい
か。
I guess we answer.
ポジティブに。そう。
ああ。
Do we maybe possibly let me write it down. Alright, so right, how about saying
そう。
saying glad.
嬉しい。
Okay,
な
it's good.
ね
Mm-hmm. Smile. She always smiled.
え、ポジティ
I remember that.
ブ。
Yep. No, that's not it.
榊。 ポジ
Sincerely.
ティブに。
Yes, sincerely.
嬉しい。
いや。
I guess I could say this.
そう。本当？
Okay, that's good.
はあ、待っていた。
Passionately, yes. Yep. I think maybe yes. I'll try it. Hopefully it works.
聞いて。
Yep, that worked.
あ、そうだ。俺は。
ポジティブに。
Meek, I guess.
あ
This
りがと
hesitating
う。
is not like her. Okay, it's good.
あ
Ooh, yes, I think this one might be it. Definitely.
それは。榊。
Spontaneously or modestly? I mean, so far, sort of has been working. It could be negative. But he said he also knew the real her. We'll try it. We can always retry if we fail.
心配しないで。
Okay, yeah.
信じてる。
Okay, that one. Together.
榊。
ああ、そうだ。マヤ。
Sincerely. Maybe? I don't know. This one's a little hard. Just do sincerely again. But the boss has been working. Maybe I could. I really don't want to mess this up. I'll just nod, see how that goes.
So.
Okay. Positive did work. Never mind. Should I say this? I will see what it does. Okay. There we go.
どうしようもないな。
Oh no. Just be like, and we can take them on. No, that's not what I meant. Okay, that worked. No. I think I'll be fine if I don't say that. Agree. Oh, I didn't even look. Oops. Why is this one all scratchy? I want to do that one just to see what the hell happens. Actually, maybe. Wait, because I just want to see what would happen if I select that one. Not now, but later. Not that we really need to do anything else.
Maya.
Positive.
I love how it's all crossed out. Desire, 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 desire.
Maya.
Men done gone crazy. Mm-hmm.
人の心はとてもやわくて、一握りの砂のようなものなの。だから、触れるときには気をつけなければいけない。そう、私は新たな マヤになる。
おおマヤだ。間違いなくマヤだ。
そう、何もかも私に委ねればいい。だからもっと話して。
ああ、そうだなマヤ。
私は俺は
What did I do?
私は
This is probably not the right
俺は
thing.
はどうしたマヤ。何か問題か。
私は
Wait, I get to pick? I get to pick? Oh no, you still will. Get out of here.
とは
とはお前はユーフォニアだ。
はあ、
どうしたマヤ。
そうだ、俺は大丈夫。
ならよかった。
身動きが取れないからこれじゃあ何もできない。
I mean, it was kind of nice of them to let you choose.
ああ、そうか。そうだな。
Sakaki rushed over to me, traded the gun for the knife, then used it to cut the ropes binding my arms. Once I was freed, I gingerly rubbed the marks on the ropes had left on my wrists.
マヤ、これを。
He used his free hand to dig around in his jacket pocket. Slowly he pulled something out. It was a pocket watch. But while it resembled the one in my room, its color was different. A pocket watch as red as blood. He humbly presented it to me as if offering up a priceless treasure. The cover swung open to reveal an hourglass. The sand inside shifted faintly with Sakaki's movements.
これはお前がいつも身につけていたものだ。この日のために俺がずっと持っていた。さあ、受け取ってくれ。
I reached out and gently grasped the pocket watch.
ずっと持っていてくれた。
I smiled softly, and his face lit up with joy. But then, the smile vanished from my face. I charged forward and kicked him in the gut with all my strength. He dropped the knife and fell to his knees.
お前。
Yeah. Wordlessly, I dangled the red pocket watch by the chain right in front of his eyes. He rose to his feet and reached for the watch. Reflexively, I held it up over my head.
マヤになんかならねえよ。
I spat quietly, then flung the watch as hard as I could. It disappeared down the stairs and into the darkness. Sakaki ran after it. Oh. Another one lost the stairs. How cinematic. Ooh. Anyways. And in doing so, tripped and fell down the stairs. There was a dull thud, and then all fell still, as if time itself had stopped. Before the last of my strength gave out, I dashed over to Fujieda. He moved away from the staircase and let out a heavy sigh.
なかなか圧巻の演技だったぞ。
そりゃ息子だからな。
だが
He chuckled as he gazed at me.
普段のだらしないお前の方が俺には魅力的だ。
Aww. At this, I smiled in spite of myself.
言ってろ。
Then we put an arm around each other's shoulders.
撃たれた怪我は平気か。
そっちこそ。
今のところはまだ動ける。帰ろう。
Yeah. He spoke calmly as he turned his gaze to me. I held eye contact with him for a moment, then nodded and looked away.
そうだな。
I love seeing Towa happy. Well, Naruto. I watch you with my own two eyes. You aren't your mother's property. You reclaimed your pain and overcame it. You're strong. And now I realize that strength was what drew me to you. We have the same scars. We support each other. Looking back, I'm truly fortunate to have met you. Aww. It's actually so sweet. After that, Fujieda and I met up with Taku and Rei at the entrance to District A, and together we went back to the clinic for medical treatment. For a while, I couldn't sit upright, but after a few days of treatment, I recovered. I pushed myself up from the sofa. My body ached all over, but at least I could still walk. After spending the past few days cooped up in my apartment, I wanted some fresh air. I switched off the TV, rose to my feet, and pulled on my coat. Okay, directed. Where are we going? Oh. Said directed, though. Oh well. I get my yapping break.
よ。ああ。
気をつけろよ。うん。そう思う。ありがとう。
まあ、
何がだ？
Hmm.
うん
Me too.
Ha.
またな、とは。
Hmm. So is this where we get to talk to everybody?
どうも。
よ
そうですか。
ああ、
Okay. Oh. Wait, what?
よし。
Oh?
それじゃ。
I like that. He said, then I might actually like you. I love that.
あら。
Monami!
ああ、
We get to talk to everybody.
そうだな。
It is.
まあ、
Maybe?
まさか。それじゃ。
This is fun, actually. Getting to talk to everybody. Mommy's like, did you get a boyfriend? He's like, maybe?
とは。
Hey!
あ
Bestie!
あたしね。
それで。
とは。
Aww.
そうだな。
Aww.
はあ、
またね。
Sorry, this is just so heartwarming. Oh my god. I have to cut that out. Hinata. Alright, give me some answers. Okay.
へえ。
Right? Right? Eiji?
そう。
なるほど。
Oh.
はあ。
それは
Wait, where did he go?
じゃあ。
おい、
Right, hey, wait, come back here. What do you mean he's not here? Wait, where did Eiji go? Oh no. See you guys. Man, all this time I spent hyping up Eiji. just for him to be
とは
deranged. I mean, not that it's a bad thing. I love me some deranged men, but oh dear God. Man.
それじゃ
Dang. And here I was hoping we could say goodbye to him. I guess he fled. Because I mean, there's no point in him staying anymore. Oh, puppy boy, hi! But yeah, there's no point in him staying anymore because, like, the whole Maya plan is gone, so.
No.
Right, you could. Yeah.
無理っす。
Right?
いやいやいや。
A sensitive, sweet, badass Yakuza.
いいんじゃないか。
Right?
おお。
Oh.
それじゃ。
I love him so much. I love him so much. I love him so much. I can't. I love him. The manager.
いらっしゃい。
Hi.
どうも。ああ。
まあね。
な。
Yeah, log. Wow.
そうだね。
Okay. Fine. Keep your secrets.
いや。
またね。
Bye bye. It's kind of like, you guys know, like, not that I've watched Evangelion, but you know, like that little popular thing where like they congratulate Shinji. This is what it kind of feels like.
そうだね。
な。 そうだな。
そうかい。
いや。
じゃあね。
I love that old lady. She's fun. Junko.
ああ。
Right.
いいじゃない。それじゃあまたね。
Yeah, because we got like a lot of people to get through, so gotta read up a little.
あ、とわだ。
Mayu.
なに？
つまり。
うん。
さあね。
そうか。
Aww.
ほいじゃん。どうは
Aww. I mean, as fucked up as it is. Aww. Kitty! Dang. I'm guessing Kotaro's here.
よう。
ああ、
それは
まあな。
Flip side. Alright. One place up. Wow. Okay, so I guess that's not her grandson. I really thought he fit the bill. When I returned to my apartment, Fujieda was there. Apparently he had arrived ahead of me.
体調は
まあまあ。
そうか。
I sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He sat down in the chair across from me. As I exhaled a puff of smoke, he watched it float past. Then his gaze drifted down to the floor. A long contemplative silence followed. When he spoke, his eyes were still fixed on his feet.
マヤの日記を探すために榊が所有している部屋を回ってみようと思っている。
At this, I straightened up in my seat and crushed my cigarette in the ashtray.
一緒に行くか。
ああ。でも、お前こそいいのか。
何がだ？
お前の目的は、もう。
From the start, he had set out to track down his missing sister and learn what had happened to her. This was something he had already accomplished. He had no reason to tag along with me. He smiled weakly and closed his eyes.
ここまで来たら、俺も最後まで知りたいんだ。
True.
そうか。
Personally, I wasn't going to try to stop him. Following the incident at Maya's mansion, I was plagued with a deep feeling of emptiness. And I suspected Fujieda felt the same. It was the calm that came after the storm, after losing everything. But this feeling gradually faded over time. Just then, I heard a knock at the door. I expected whoever it was to barge in, but they didn't, so I rose to my feet and walked over. Her!
はじめまして。
Eiji's contact. Standing at my door was a woman I didn't recognize. She wore a black suit and carried herself with perfect poise. Her expression was firm as she looked at me.
どちら様？
突然すみません。小早川に頼まれて届け物を。
小早川？
I frowned. The name didn't sound familiar.
エイジといえばわかりますよね。
エイジか。
The mystery woman nodded and pulled a stack of plastic cards from her jacket pocket.
こちらを。
カード？
As far as I could tell, they were all key cards.
確かに届けました。私はこれで。
I forgot what her name was.
で、あんたは誰なんだ？
I called out to stop her before she could rush off. She turned back to face me.
井上リサと申します。
Lisa, there we
小早川
go.
に代わってこの町の担当になりました。
担当？何の担当だ？
小早川も私も警視庁特別捜査官です。
What? He works for the police department? She spoke in a perfectly matter-of-fact tone voice, then bowed and headed for the. I'm sorry, my mind is trying to play catch up. He's part of the police? Holy. That means. So it makes sense. He might be. Damn. Wait, okay. Oh, too much. I closed the door and turned back to face Fujieda, who had risen to his feet.
話は聞いていた。エイジは警視庁の人間だったのか。
He goes where the fun is.
みたいだな。
I gazed down at the stack of keycards. I had already told him everything EIJI said to me in the car after the incident with the knockout gas.
それは
エイジからの届け物らしい。
He reached out to take them. Just then, my phone buzzed on the coffee table. I walked over, picked it up, and checked the screen. Answered with video. This is the first time they asked about video. God, my heart stopped. God, seeing him without his little, stupid little sunglasses on, it's like, ah. God, I love him so much. Anyway, my husbando alert aside, EIJI's face appeared on screen.
エイジ
At the sound of the familiar voice, Fujieda appeared over my shoulder at my phone. EIJI saw him and smiled gleefully.
まさかお前が捜査官だったとはな。
それを知ってるってことはリサさんから僕のプレゼントを受け取ったってことですね。
このカードキーの束か。
はい、そうです。榊さんが所有してた部屋のキーなんで頑張って回ってみてください。
お前が車の中で話していたことは嘘だったのか。
Probably not. Maybe like a half-truth.
新興味が好きだって話ですか？全然嘘じゃないですよ。
Yeah. He looked almost offended at the thought.
もともと本土って新興味をすっごく潰したがってたじゃないですか。でも新興味は厄介な町ですからみんな担当になるのを嫌がるんですよ。僕はほら新興味大好きっ子なので真っ先に手を挙げたんですけど。
本土はお前から情報を得ることで新興味を潰す機会を伺っていたんだろう。それでよかったのか。
逆転の発想ですよ。本土にはほどほどの情報を流して新興味を守ろうと思ったんです。でもそれもあとちょっとのところで成就ならずでした。いやー本当に残念だな。
Damn it. I love
トワ
him
さ
so
んが
much.
マヤさんになるなんてこんなに面白いことはもう二度と起こらないだろうって思ったのに。
お前
Fujieda growled under his breath, glaring into the camera at EIJI.
まあ怒らないでくださいよ。榊さんの計画は失敗しちゃいましたしもう全部終わりですから。新興味のバランスは崩れました。僕が好きだった危うい均衡は消えてなくなる。とても残念ではありますけど最後にトワさんがマヤさんを演じたところを見られただけでもよかったです。
Oh, so he was there. Wait, is that a bomb in his hand? EIJI beamed in satisfaction.
って感じで僕は退散します。これから上の人たちにこってり怒られるターンに入るんでもう会うことはないでしょう。
No, don't say that.
今まで楽しい時間をありがとうございました。
No, I'm never gonna see him again. No. No. Upset. God damn it. Fujieda and I both stood there in stunned silence. No, bring him back, please. Please, I love him so much. And then after a moment, he sighed. His expression was one of bitter defeat.
結局俺たちは道化を演じてたってことなのか。
途中まではな。 けど
I paused and looked at him.
最後は俺たちを操る糸を引きちぎって舞台を台無しにしてやったんだ。意趣返しとしては最高だろ。
そうかもな。
He averted his eyes with a tiny smile. No, I want to see him again. The key cards Lisa passed along from EIJI each had the building name and apartment number written on them. Together, Fujieda and I decided to explore them one by one. Most of them didn't contain anything noteworthy. Finally, we were down to a single black key card. This was the only one that wasn't labeled with a building name or number. But when I looked at it, it brought to mind a specific room. That locked door on the 3rd floor of Maya's mansion. I distinctly remembered it because it didn't have a keyhole. When I told Fujieda about it, he agreed to come with me to Maya's mansion to test my theory. The sun was setting on the horizon as the two of us walked into the deathmatch area. When we arrived at the mansion, it looked just the same as always. Slowly, I opened the door and walked inside. For a split second, my mind replayed the sight of Sakaki falling. Officially, he was missing, which meant they hadn't found his body. Maybe EIJI quietly disposed of it. We cut across the mezzanine floor to the staircase. Up we went to the 2nd floor, and then the 3rd, careful to avoid the holes in the crumbling walkway. At last we arrived at the door with no keyhole.
この部屋か。
Nodding, I examined the door. I could see what looked like a card reader nearby. Experimentally, I held up the black key card. And I heard the whir of the electric lock, so I put a hand to the door and pushed. Jesus. With a shrill creak, it opened. Inside, the room was so flawless, it felt like I'd been transported to a different building. Almost as though someone actively lived here. On second thought, someone probably did. And that someone was Sakaki. The furnishings were weathered, but perfectly clean. Old photos and newspaper clippings covered the far wall. The photos were all of the same woman, Maya. As for the clippings, they all referenced murder cases that happened within Shinkogumi. Fujieda walked up to the bookcase and began to pore through everything on the shelves. I moved next to him, grabbed a notebook, and leafed through it. Inside was a list of names written by hand. Clients, maybe? The list continued all the way to the final page. Nothing especially remarkable about it. At the sound of my name, I looked up. Fujieda was holding several books in his hands. Staring at a single point on the bookshelf. I followed his gaze. There I could see a single black box, a miniature safe. He attempted to open it. It was locked. There was a keypad right next to the lock. I put in some numbers at random.
開かないな。
暗証番号か。自分の誕生日は
No, try your mom.
知らない。
知らないのか。いや、待てよ。
He seemed to remember something because he flipped open one of the books in his hands. It looked like an old photo album. Album. The vinyl had gone yellow with age, and I could see photos of Maya inside. For a moment, I felt faintly dizzy. But nothing more than that. I took a deep breath, then lowered my gaze to the old photos.
あった。これだ。
He was born on March 7th. That means he was born this month. Oh, we didn't get to celebrate Towa Day. Well, Towa Haruto Day. Dang, I feel bad now. Fujieda flipped through, then stopped and pointed at one specific picture.
この写真
It was a photo of a wrinkly newborn baby whose eyes weren't even open yet. It was wrapped up in pristine white cloth. I could almost picture it crying loudly. Suddenly, I shuddered.
これはお前だな。
わからない。
I forced the words out hoarsely. Beneath the photo was an inscription.
3月7日14時47分。おそらくお前が生まれた日付と時間だ。
I was at a loss for words. I felt no anger, no sadness, no joy. I just stood there and trembled. Gently, he rubbed my back.
入力してみよう。
As he spoke, he slowly pressed the buttons on the keypad. Zero 0307. After a small electronic beep, the safe door audibly unlocked. I stared at it stunned. Fujieda glanced at me, then opened the safe. Inside was a ratty old journal. My heart leapt up into my throat. Silently, Fujieda picked up the journal and offered it to me. Prompted by his quiet gaze, I took it. My heart began to race as I flipped it open. I was about to say, I don't see no goddamn words. Written inside were records of violence and moitas. The author of Maya listed every atrocity she had ever committed, all in a detached clinical tone.
ここに書かれていることが全て本当ならば、大事件なんてものじゃ済まないな。
Fujieda muttered with a hard look on his face. In contrast, my heartbeat had slowed, and I felt calm again. Supposedly, these were crimes my own mother had committed, but they didn't really feel relevant to me. Then, partway through, she started talking about my cuts here and there. Apparently, I had a lot more clients than the 3 Sakaki silenced. About 2/3 of the way through, the diary entries died out, and the rest of the pages were blank. Blankly, I flipped through them. Then I caught sight of something written near the end, but I was going too fast and overshot it. I flipped backwards through the diary until I found it. And the instant I laid eyes on what was written, there, a giant mass of emotions welled up in my throat, overtaking me completely. Oh. The diary fell from my hands, and I collapsed. Fujieda hastily caught me. What is that? No, go back to the words! I'm sorry. As the book lay open on the floor, clear fluid dripped onto its pages. Go back to the words. Every now and then I think to myself, I'm broken. I can't love anyone or feel affection. I'm all alone and I hate it. But I can't suppress the cold, dark urge I feel inside me. I can't kill the monster that lurks within. I'm powerless. So this is the only way I know how to live. If I could have killed that monster, would I have learned to love? Could I have been a better mother for my son? I love him very much. At least, I think I do. As far as I'm aware, I gave him my everything, but I just don't understand. I can't make it work, no matter how hard I try. I can't get through to him. I am alone. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh, I like this. You know what? Just this once, I won't speed up the credits just so you can see this beautiful background. But no, even after reading that, I don't feel any different towards his mom. Like, sure, she had her issues, but she should have worked on them instead of doing whatever the hell she did, you know? Like, as the saying goes, people can only be helped if they want to be helped, right? The same thing with, like, if a person wants to change, they have to want to change. And clearly, even though she said, oh, you know, if only I could just, you know, get rid of this darkness in me, maybe I could be a better mother, but did she really try? Did she try to be a better mother? Right? So it's like, honey, I can't, you know, sympathize. But again, it also could be like, what is it? What is it? Mental psychological problem? It's like, I know, like, psychopaths, not the kind that they depict in, you know, media and whatnot. I know that they sometimes, like, have issues with, like, empathy and whatnot. And, like, it's not like they're doing it on purpose, it's just how their brain is wired. So maybe that was her issue, maybe her brain was just wired differently. Like a psychopath, because he did say she's like a sociopath. So maybe with that, it made it difficult for her. But again, like I said, you can still get help for that. Just, you know, her being in this place, basically, Shinkoumi, where, you know, you're just like constantly surrounded by like this dark stuff. It probably helped contribute to her condition. So again, if she really did want to change, she could have, you know, sought out help somewhere else. And I mean, it's not like she didn't have the money. She was running this business. Well, I hate it, but like, she could have used that dirty money, you know. But honestly, I'm not kidding. I'm actually gonna like put this visual novel up there with like all my favorites. It had a really great story. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I initially came here for the BL, but I was very, very pleasantly surprised by the story they actually had going on. I was very invested. Like, literally, if you watch back like through all the videos, you can see just how invested I was. So I'm glad, you know, I got to experience Slow Damage. Some parts of it, you know, made my stomach churn. Couldn't really handle it all that well, but I don't regret it. I really enjoyed Slow Damage. Is there more? There is. Alright. After that, the Takasatogumi was functionally disbanded. We learned that Tono was assassinated by... Oh! Really? He did it himself? Samurai didn't have to do anything. But Sakaki himself was still missing. Control of Shinkoumi was temporarily shifted to the government, who promptly shut down all the casino and hotel resort facilities. But apparently another corporation had already volunteered to take the reins. Maya's mansion was lost to a sinkhole and disappeared into the deep ocean. Thank God. Apparently the sinkhole was caused by a mysterious explosion. They decided it was probably a gas leak. Nope. It was EIJI. Now that the sun had set on the Takasatagumi's tyrannical regime, this was a huge turning point for Shinkugumi. Six months later. Alright, what's going on? I moved out of Murase Clinic's third-floor apartment space and moved in with Fujieda. He had asked me to assist with his work, and I agreed. Technically, I didn't need to move in for that purpose, but he said it would be more efficient if I did, so I went with it. Ooh, my eyes. Flashbang. Damn! They live in luxury! I could only dream! And then I walked into his 3-bedroom condo and realized the place was probably too big just for one occupant. Fujieda's fastidious nature was reflected in the spotless floors and countertops. And so I moved into one of the bedrooms. If I needed any of my old stuff, I could always swing by the clinic, so I didn't bother to bring anything. He told me I could use the other rooms for my art, but I didn't take him up on it. No interest anymore? But he still loves to smoke. At this, I shook my head. After I finished my painting of Fujieda, the urge to paint never struck me again. I still liked doing it, so I wasn't vehemently opposed or anything. But I wasn't as obsessed as I once was.
またいつか描きたくなったら描けばいい。理由はどうあれ、絵を描いたのはお前自身で、生み出された作品もお前のものだ。マヤとは関係ない。
When he said this to me, I didn't have an answer. He told me he was planning to continue his work as an attorney. But with his Yakuza ties on top of his bad reputation, it would take a lot of work to undo the damage. He knew this full well, of course. He told me he was planning to earn the community's forgiveness. By reaching out to those who were wronged by the Takasatogumi or otherwise affected by the changes taking place in Shinkugumi, he was going to help the citizens in ways only an attorney could, or so he explained. At his core, Fujieda was a good Samaritan, so I figured he wouldn't have too much trouble repairing the broken trust between himself and the populace. More importantly, now that we were living together, something had started to gnaw at me. I was still having nightmares. And just because I'd gained closure didn't mean all the years of trauma were erased. Of course not. The nightmares gave me insomnia and made me feel like shit. And I was worried that I was yet another burden weighing Fujieda down.
それでも一緒に住む気か?
I asked him this question not long after I moved in. He looked at me and said,
覚悟の上だとあの時に言っただろ
う。Prepared.
先ほど言った通り、過去を思い出すことで周りにも影響が出るかもしれません。ですが、それはトワさんも覚悟の上でしょう。そして。
I I looked away and chuckled. After all this time, he was still just as committed. And if he was that sure about it, then there wasn't much else I could say. As it turned out, he was even more compassionate than I'd give him credit for. In which case, I figured maybe I could trust him. One day, about a month after we first started living together, Fujieda invited me to go for an early morning stroll at the beach. The late spring sun was already peeking up over the horizon, its dazzling light glinting off the water. This beach trip was a spontaneous idea we had while talking. When I told him I'd never set foot in the ocean, he decided he wanted to take me there. From my perspective, the ocean wasn't that exciting, but he already started planning the excursion, so I couldn't say no. And so here we were. He explained that he wanted to visit during the early hours so it wouldn't be crowded. Down by the waves, the two of us walked side by side in our sandals. The faint sea breeze tickled my skin and hair as it passed. Squinting, I turned and looked in the direction of its destination. Fujieda spoke as he gazed at the horizon.
なんで
入ったことがないんだろ
まあ、でも別に入りたいと。
実は、俺もない。
He couldn't quietly, and I looked at him. He was wearing a calm, peaceful smile.
俺も海に入ったことがないんだ。
へ
え。だから、一緒に海へ行きたいと思った。俺とお前の初めての共同作業だ。
その言い方。
Yeah. I burst out laughing.
一般的には違う状況で使うやつだろ。
どう違う？
とぼけてるのか？
事実を述べたまでだ。
Did he honestly not get it, or was he just pretending not to? Smiling, I kicked off my flip-flops. Then I stepped into the wet sand and walked toward the ebbing waves. The water was a lot colder than I was expecting, but I kept going until I was ankle-deep. Likewise, Fujieda stepped out of his shoes and followed after me.
やはり朝だからか。まだ冷たいな。
泳いだら心臓が止まる。
かもな。
For some reason, he then proceeded to dip his hands into the water and splash me. The spray of the cold water dampened my clothes.
なんだよ。
別に。
What do you mean? Get him, get him. Fist, I kicked the water at him as hard as I could. So he grinned and kicked the water back.
お前。
Yeah. I kicked the water back again. He started to dodge, then paused and scrutinized me.
こういうことをしたことがなかったんだ。俺もお前も。子供として当たり前の経験が俺たちにはない。だからこれから経験して積み上げていくんだ。
He smiled softly as he spoke.
俺とお前一緒にな。
バカバカしい。
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. It's just like that time when he asked Ray, "Want me to get you off?" It was just so out of left field. I turned away to try to play it off. Secretly, I was smiling too. I turned back and shot him a mischievous grin.
しょうがないから付き合ってやるよ。
My emphasis landed on the last word as I kicked the water with all my might. Yay! We don't get like the Jazz USA. Oh, jeez. The more time I spent with Fujieda, the more I learned. First, he wasn't as perfect as I thought he was. He was a terrible cook. The scrambled eggs he made for breakfast the other day were dry and totally tasteless. Somehow I managed to make better tasting French toast, and I'd never cooked in all my life. Even he was surprised. Maybe I learned some things over the years of eating rice cooking. Second, my view of the world had completely changed. Ooh. Oh, did he stop seeing colors? Not in the attitude sense, the literal sense. The world around me, specifically the colors, look distinctly different now. In the past, certain things would appear intensely bright and garish, but now everything looked normal. The first time I noticed it, I thought something was wrong with my eye. To me, the freaky colors were normal. But when I asked other people about it, I realized that it was actually the other way around. A flat world with no depth. I was going to need some time to get used to it, but it didn't seem hard. Once my vision problem was corrected, I stopped seeing people smoke too. As a result, I stopped performing euphoric episodes on people. So it was a vision problem? Finally, one more thing. The thing that surprised me the most. Finally, the painting! Girl's like, remember the painting I taught you most? Damn, breaking the fourth wall right there. That pitch black painting added an eerie quality to the otherwise homey little snack shop. All this time I couldn't understand why the old lady would hang it up there. But one day Fujieda and I stopped by. And when I looked up at the wall, I noticed something different. I was expecting a dark, shadowy painting, but what I saw was a beautiful, ephemeral light.
ばあさん、
なんだい。
この絵変えたのか？
At this, she scowled dubiously.
何言ってんだ。もうずっと前から変えてないよ。大切な絵だからね。
この絵はどうしてここに？
もらったんだよ。昔ね、よくここに来る子がいたんだ。その子はキャバクラの新人かなんかで食うに困ってる様子でね。ちょっと世話してやってたんだよ。それが全然来なくなっちゃってね。どうしてるのかと思ってたら、10年以上経ってからまた店に来たんだよ。その時にこの絵を置いてったんだ。綺麗だけど どこか寂しそうな子だったね。
そうか。ありがとう。
I always saw the painting as shadowy. In reality, it wasn't at all. Now that my vision had cleared, I could see things for how they truly were. The painting was soft pastel watercolor. For a while, I stood there, taking it in. How did I miss this before? Then I remembered. This painting. It was the one I begged my mother to buy me when I was little. She had brought me to a small art gallery, and for some reason this particular painting captivated me. As I stared at it, she asked me in a soft voice, "Do you like this painting?" I nodded, and so she bought it for me. This was quite possibly the moment that inspired me to paint my own paintings. But I never saw this particular painting again. I didn't remember ever seeing it hanging on the wall, and eventually I forgot about it entirely. Apparently it ended up here. I stared at it entranced. It was just so beautiful. I couldn't think of any other way to describe it. Then, finally... Oh, I'm sorry, I can't skip it. As I gazed at the painting, something welled up deep in my chest. Sorry, I have to wait for it to manually do it. It spread through my body like water through cloth. I wasn't sad, and yet tears streamed down my cheeks. Quietly, I wondered, was the sky always that bright? For the first time in my life, I was seeing everything in its true colors. This was reality. I was alive. And for the first time in my life, I cherished it. Another one? Damn. Fujieda's root got 3 credits. Damn. Oh, never mind. That was short. Okay, so it was like in 3 parts. Gotcha. Wow. Wow. Alright, so are we going back to the main menu? Please, no more reading. Please. I've been doing this for like over 7 hours. So, this entire time we were building up to the painting. Oh. Okay, wow. Oh, wow. And then the oh. Wow. I'm at a loss for words, I'm not gonna lie to you. Wow. Wow. I'm sorry. Wow. I really enjoyed this story, holy shit. Well, like I said, I've been going for like 7 hours, so... Oh, you can also see Fujieda's right there. But, yeah, I'm gonna keep this short. Thank you guys for watching, and especially to all of you who watched literally from my first playthrough to the rest of the routes. Thank you for watching so much. Oh, I'm so sad for this to be ending, but all good things come to an end. So, thank you guys for sticking with me on this path, and see you in the next one.